Good afternoon, guys, and it's so nice to have so many guys waiting already. Thank you for joining. And Uncle John's here with me. I'm not sure who else is going to join on Discord, but we'll keep an eye out for all you guys. Right, so this is, what can I say, my gift back to the community for all the support and everything I've received, and I hope you guys are going to enjoy it. We're going to talk a little bit about the winter operations instead of all the normal operations, so I hope you guys are going to enjoy it with me. When the video is done, and after it's rendered and all, I'll try and make some index system going, so anybody who's returning to the video should be able to just click on the index and then jump to a certain section that would be of interest to them. Okay, Bob, yeah, we'll let you know if your voice is okay or not. And High Flyer is here, Dimitri. Right, Bob, Paul, Dirk, Jerry, all the guys, nice. Let's get started. Alright, I'm going to go to some of the settings and stuff as we continue. So when the explain and this broadcasting software loses its little focus and reshapes itself and resizes, please tell me when the mouse doesn't click on a button if you guys cannot see that. Please remember. iFlyer, I'm not going to fly online right now. Part of the deal with doing tutorials is it needs to go the way I need it to go. So when we do a group flight, we can call on your expertise. Sorry, now I'm falling over my own tongue here. But until then, hang tight, please. And hello, Yorkie. All right, so if you guys go to the show notes below the video in show more, you'll see I've got a kind of an index of what I want to talk about, and the very first thing is obviously going to be the flight briefing. So let's get the flight briefing story done. Yeah. Hello Dominic, hello Paul. Okay, so this is just the tool that I use. Don't worry about it if you guys don't have the Navigraph charts. It's just about the theory. And in theory, we're going to fly here from Chicago side. This is Midway, and we're going to end up there by Grand Rapids. A couple of tricks regarding this flight plan is there is no SID and no star. So we're going to have to use a bit of savvy, get some gray matter working there. We're going to have to vector ourselves. We're going to have to make a plan to get from point A to point B. Now, when you look at the airways and the things, and when you look at Flight Aware, where the basic flight plan comes from, what they basically do is they fly from that point to that point, and that's the flight plan. If you look on Flight Aware, I then brought in and I made another little waypoint there. And it's only after I brought it into Navigraph that I realized, boy oh boy, we're missing the ILS. So on the fly, we're going to change this as well. And then we're going to contend with the winter temperatures and everything. Alright, so let's look at the actual plan. Just going to go into the aircraft, and as you can see, it's nice and cold. We've got fogged up windows, so we're ready for all this cold weather. Where is my Adobe? And I'm going to show you the METARs quickly. So at the bottom of the screen, you now have the METARs, and you will see we've got winds 315 at 3 knots where we are now. 4.25 statute miles visibility. It's really yucky weather. We had snow earlier. I tried to capture the snow, but I don't know, something is just not right with the active sky and the historical weather, so we're just going to use whatever we come up with. Yeah, so it's supposed to show us snow. We'll see how far we get with that. What is important for us right now is we've got a minus, well, a 0 temperature and a -2 temperature, and also the altimeter setting. On the other side, it's also really cold, not as cold, and it's not as gloomy weather as we have over here. So, in terms of our flight briefing, what I did, sorry, I can't hear you, John. Okay, missed that. Anyway, in terms of our it's frosted up. Yeah, it's all messed up. If you look here to the top, you'll see that we can barely see outside right now. So one of the things we're going to have to do is use the window heat to clear that out. We'll get there. We'll get there. In terms of our OFP, if you guys want a copy, I can make a plan to put it in my OneDrive for you if you want to follow with us. But I've gone ahead and I've basically marked all the relevant and important things, and the things that are marked are basically the stuff we're going to input into the FMC. So currently we're just basically talking in general. We'll get to specifics when we get there. Alright, so there's a whole bunch of things. I'm going to leave it on that page until we get there. Let's get rid of that one, and also just close the Adobe for now. So when we look at the outside, I enabled my SAM winter textures and things, so you can see it's all nice and snowy, and I mean it was snowing, and I see if I just go a little bit further on the outside, there are still patches of snow around, so uh, that's fine, guys. I'll attend to the comment section just as soon as I've got time. I don't want to waste too much time and get off track though, so we'll try and keep it steady, not like previous tutorials where we went all over the show. But at the same time, if you have questions, please stop me, please ask, and let's make it a nice big discussion if we can, related to the topics that we have at hand here. Yes. Um, Flight simmers, yes. Yes. Uh, okay. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. All right. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. So let's do that, Paul. Thank you for asking me that. And let's then go back to this. All right. What we have here is what we call the OFP. This is the operational flight plan. So typically what happens is your dispatcher for your airline will create this for you in the real world, but in the flight sim world, you're either going to use SimBrief or you're going to use PFPX as I do, and then you get uh, um, in the OFP as we see it, the operational flight plan. This document contains everything that you need to know regarding the flight. It contains the weather, it contains the specifications, it goes into your flight management computer, it goes into um, you know, the whole setup of the flight. So, Paul, when you see that you need to stop me regarding this specifically, please stop me, okay? And then I will just go back quickly. As we mhm, yeah, mm, yeah, 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 yeah. All right, let's get some feedback, guys. I can go to entry level. I can go to mid range kind of flight sim. I obviously want to use the checklist, so there's going to be a lot of things on the screen and so on. I don't want to lose anybody um, anywhere halfway through the discussion. All right. Sorry. There you go. You should be able to hear Paul. Paul, can you say something for us again?
Radio check. Paul is now speaking.
All right. Can you guys hear him now?
Yes, but I have a comment. As it's a training video, I think
It's
you should
Affirmative.
go.
yeah.
Uh, can you hear me?
Yes. Perfect. Go.
Yeah. As it's a training video, I think you should go all in. And if we don't understand the jargon, then we can stop you and
All right.
ask because it's the only way we're going to learn.
Okay, cool. Cool. Um, I'll keep both comments in the back of my mind.
But I have another
I,
question.
I think it's
Okay,
inevitable that's going to happen anyway because we've got all.
Yeah. Go for it, Dominic.
I installed Active Sky this afternoon,
Mm.
and mine is completely different than what you have. I have a nice sunny day. I'm
No,
at the same airport.
yeah. What you need to do is you need to go to Active Sky Historical Weather and set it to 12:00 UTC. That gives me this time, this weather in Active Sky. Okay, so to recap what Paul said, Paul was asking in terms of the jargon that I need to possibly not use too much jargon and actually explain the terminology to you guys in case there is somebody that's more entry level. And I think the consensus at the end of the day that you might not have heard or might have heard is I'll do my best to cater for everybody, you know, guys who are entry level and guys who are a little bit more advanced. I'm not going to be super advanced. It's going to be easy to follow in terms of, you know, the PDF and everything that will be on the screen. So, but whenever there is something you need to stop me about, please feel free to stop me. And I presume, guys, on stream that you can now hear everybody in Discord.
Looks like everybody's sat there waiting with their notepads.
Okay. All right. Guys, the video will also be saved afterwards, obviously, so you guys can always come back. And like I said, I'll create a
Think
little
so.
index. Sorry, Uncle John. Uncle John, can you please listen in on Discord and not on the stream, please? Because you're going to be out of sync
Nothing.
again.
Fine.
You need to change your Discord audio to be on your headset, please.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, you're going to answer us 10 seconds late every time.
It is. It is.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Yes.
You're listening to the stream. You need to put the stream sound off and you need to put your headset on, please. Because you're answering exactly 10 seconds late after the stream is broadcasted.
Is that better?
Well, I don't know. Tell me what I'm saying now. Can you hear me now?
I can indeed.
All right. Yeah. No, then you're with us. Okay. So let's start from the beginning then, while everybody is now here and all the attention is here. This is Chicago Midway. The scenery link is in the description below the video as well. Phil, that's cool, 100%. We're going to fly from Midway to Grand Rapids. That was what the chart was for. We're going to literally wing this because there's no SID and there's no star, and we're going to have to make a plan to get there. And then we're going to have to contend with, the bad weather that comes with the flight. So that's the plan. The tools that are available to us, for me personally, I've got Navigraph charts. I created the initial flight plan from Flight Aware. If you guys are not familiar with that, I will show you that as well. So let's do a nice complete rounded thing then. All right, so there's Flight Aware. This is where it started, and what I basically do is I put in my ICAOs and I just say find the route for me. This is obviously real world stuff, and over here we can see the last flight that was flown, and most of them are exactly the same. There's literally 2 waypoints. You can then obviously just copy this flight plan and you can put it into your SimBrief, your Navigraph, your PFPX, whatever that would be, and I just copy it and go put it into the system. All right. One of the things that I did not really plan on doing is the proper flight planning thing. I don't know if you guys want to actually see the whole flight planning thing, or if we can just work off this operational flight plan, which I've already received. Because for me, today was more about showing you how to implement the OFP into the Zebo. What do you guys think?
Haven't you done
I've done a few. That's why I wanted to skip
you've
it.
done a video already of how to generate the operational flight plan, haven't you? There's a video for
Exactly.
that.
Yeah. There's other reference points, so we don't really have to do that. For me, it's more important that you guys understand, once you've got this thing in hand, how to put it into the Zebo and how to get going with it. Does that make sense?
It does
Yep.
to me, I think.
Okay.
Perfectly.
All
Perfectly.
right. Okay. Right. Um, Yep. I've installed the SAM scenery with the snow add-on, so you're going to see some nice snow today. All right. Okay. Let's not waste any more time. I'm going to get into this now. Right, for me, what is important, and I've seen this over the last couple of weeks, which was one of the reasons I started toying with doing a bit of a Zebo tutorial thing. So what happens now, from what I see from the support side, is the guys miss the basics, and I want to start with the very, very basics. And I want to just quickly talk about the settings. Again, if you guys go into my private hangar, the link is in the description below the video, you will find all my settings that I've basically taken screenshots of. But for me, there are 2 that really, really, really stand out, which is very important for the Zebo code to work perfectly. And I want to basically start this tutorial from here on based upon this. The throttle noise lock. You guys really need to make sure that your throttle noise lock is in the correct position. If you have any jitter like this on your throttles, it's no good for Zebo. It's no good for the model. It's no good for the flight simulation. And you're going to have to lift. Let me kill the Adobe quickly. You're going to have to lift this number until you get to a point that when you look at your throttles, they are not jittering away and doing some dance. They need to be stationary. Now, my Cytec um, quadrant that I have is a couple of years old already. It's at the end of its life, really. If you ask me, it's done many thousands of hours already. It's like terrible at this point, and I had to literally go to a noise lock of 6 to get these things to stand still. So please start there, guys. If you want to take any notes, this is where you can start from. Throttle noise lock, first one. Your second one is your auto throttle engage lock throttle. It needs to be on. The only time this one goes off is when you want to practice rejected takeoffs. Until such time, there is no reason not to have this on. It needs to be on. The function of this feature, that setting, let's see, it's off center. Okay, let's reposition it. I hate this thing. Let's try and square it back. Thank you. All right, it should be good now. Yes. All right. So this needs to be on, and the function of this is to prevent your throttle, your hardware, from interfering with the Zebo VNAV code. So many guys complain in the support department that they get too fast, too high, too slow, to whatever, and they complain about VNAV, and this is the reason. Their hardware keeps on interfering with the Zebo code. Alright, if you are at top of descent and your hardware sits over there, the first thing the code will do, from what I've experienced, is it will check where your hardware is, and you might find that it's now going to get into a fight. It wants to pull back to idle before you do top of descent, but your hardware says, I want to be there. And the only way to prevent this clash is from this setting. So this is very important, guys, as the second note that you can take to heart from here. All right. Very important, once you are done changing any settings in the Zebo, always go to save and quick save. Just make sure that you save it, because otherwise the next time you've used the Zebo again, it's not going to remember those settings. The other thing that is very important is some of these settings are saved per livery. So you might have to do it multiple times depending on the amount of liveries that you have and the versions of it. So please be aware. Right, so from setting up and getting those two things, that was pressing on my heart. We should be good to go. That this is now where it takes us into the actual Zebo. And I just want to quickly show you guys a couple of things that you might or might not know. I don't know if how many of you guys have actually played with this. This is your emergency gear release cables. All right, so that's been modeled. We've got all the lights, everything else has been modeled here according to the way it should be. Zebo recently updated the radio, so we've got 3 different radios. For those guys who are not familiar with the MMR, this is a world first. The MMR is a multi-mode receiver. It allows for VOR, ILS, GLS, EGNOS, WAS, and all kinds of funny approaches like that. So you are not just bound to do an ILS approach when the weather goes bad, or when you have got like a curve in your approach and things. So there's other ways of doing it. One of the things that a lot of people, and we had it this morning, our Uncle John, I've recently started noticing, I know Zebo changed something in the code, is actually the marker button. I'm Daniel, will explain just now. Your marker is now actually active by default. So if you guys don't want to hear your marker sound, please just click that button once you've got power on the system. Make sure the light goes out, and then you won't hear the beep 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 the whole time when you go over one of the markers. Okay, so I'm Danny. In the normal flight sim world, when you start up a Boeing 737-800, you're going to find this. I'm not sure where he put it. Let me just quickly find it there. Multi-mode receiver now. You're going to find a situation like this. So you've got your COM radios and you've got your normal nav radios. So that's nav 1, that one is nav 2, COM 2, and COM 1. All right. What this equipment allows you to do is you can do an ILS landing basically. All right, so most people are familiar with ILS procedures and ILS landings in the flight sim world already, but Zebo's gone one step further. So he's introduced the multi-mode receiver. As you can see, you just switch it on and off via the tablet. And then what happens is once we get power on there, you will see that one of the options, and you control it with these little arrows, I can show you later again, is GLS. That's just the reference for the input. So you're talking stuff that you can actually go and Google afterwards as well. It's just different modes of approach. So instead of using ground-based systems to do an approach to a runway, you can now use augmented ground systems mixed with how mixed with GPS navigation stuff, or you can go to the RNAV stuff, which is all basically GPS stuff, that runs off the FMC. So that's a good answer there. Yeah, um, it's just an augmented form of an ILS that makes use of GPS in between. So just gives you other options. If you go, let's see if we can find an example quickly. If you look at the very same airport where yeah, that's your GBAS landing system, correct? If you go to the actual airport where we're going to land, one of the options that we have, this is obviously now on a different runway, is we have a WAS with a code. I can't remember what WAS stands for. You can Google that quickly as well. But anyway, this is the American form of it. When you go to Europe, they call it EGNOS for something similar. So you get like a channel code, and then you obviously have your approach course like a normal ILS. But instead of getting an ILS frequency, you're going to get a channel code. And that channel code is what you put into your MMR, you know. All right, I hope that answers the question there. So it opens up a whole new world. It opens up a whole bunch of additional types of approaches that you can do. Let me just bring that back. So normally on an ILS, you'll come straight in, but look at this one. This one actually comes in at an angle. So typically this would be good if there are obstacles in the way. So you can actually start tracking your approach at an angle and then turn onto your runway.
We're not seeing a chart there, Nico, if that's what you're trying to show us.
I did. Not the. There you go. So there it is. There's Navigraph. This is the same airport, just a different runway, and there you can see it. It's got the WAS code. Right. So you just put
Thank
that
you.
code into your MMR. Thank you, Paul. Thanks for telling me. All right. So again, let me just bring it back. Over here, you can see it comes in at an angle. So where ILS is a straight in approach, this will allow you to come in and use an angled approach. Right, so this is, like I said, a world first. I don't know of any other single aircraft in the flight sim community on any platform that's got this facility. It's just way, way ahead of anything else. Right. The other thing that obviously makes this quite unique is obviously the whole tablet thing. So on the tablet, we've already discussed the two most important settings that you guys really need to do. The rest is going to be stuff for ambience and stuff to trigger some announcement that needs to happen. And then one of the nice features of this tablet is obviously the AVI plugin that comes with it. And guys, this is, I know a lot of guys call this the AVI tablet. It's not an AVI tablet. It's a Zebo tablet with an AVI plugin just for that one button. So if you go to this facility over here, we can actually put in our airport ICAO. Did I put the correct ICAO in there? Let me just make sure. KM, yeah, put the wrong one. KMTW. Right, so you can actually get your Navigraph on here as well. Norman, thanks for mentioning that. I can quickly mention that as well. I'll show the guys. So there's the chart, and it will actually track the aircraft for us. We're going to use 31C for takeoff. That's the longest runway we've got. And it's not that long anyway. It's only 1,988 meters, 652 feet. So we're going to do our best to get off the ground there. Fortunately, it's nice and cold. We shouldn't have any issues. So just getting back, the other important thing, yes, that Norman mentioned there, if you go to your nose wheel axis, I use one of my levers on my throttle quadrant, so I use it as on, and I then, made sure that the lever is now my actual tiller. I can show you guys when we move. But guys, if you have pedals and you want to use your pedals to steer the nose wheel, put it on yaw. All right. What else do you guys think would be very important in terms of the tablet that's unmissable? Let's quickly just read through this. All right, one of the questions that I get a lot is why do some aircraft have 4 switches for the landing lights and some only have 2? The reason is LEDs. When you use the halogen lights, you have 4. That's the old style. That's how it used to be. When you switch it onto LED, you only have 2. I think that's worthwhile mentioning. Just quickly go back. All right, then when you are using LEDs, you can obviously set the strobes for a long yes or no. You can activate your winglets, not very important. Those are just cosmetic things. Let's get to something more relevant. All right, another thing is HUD for the captain. There's a HUD, but you have to activate it, otherwise it's not going to be visible. So it all runs from here. The rest, there's your multi-mode receiver that we've talked about. The guys who fly this thing in the real world will tell you the difference between your aspirated tubes and not. And you can go and read up on it, but Zebo's made provision for that. You can then customize all your call outs. We're going to skip over that. Another thing that is also confusing to a lot of guys, it seems, is the ground power. Zebo gives 2 options. You can either have your ground power cable connect automatically when you are at the stand, or you can set it to your beacon light. I don't know if you guys have seen that before, but that's also kind of relevant. All right. This setting I always use as on. I can't fly this aircraft if I can't see my flap speed and stuff. But that basically just puts this flap speed as usual just on your speed tape over there.
We interrupt this program for an important
All right. In terms of toe brakes and nose wheel steering, we've discussed toe brakes. You can have both brakes simultaneously or just differential. Differential is real, other one's not. All right, another favorite one of my settings is the parking brake removes chocks. I don't know if you guys have ever had it where you connect your ground power, for instance, and the next moment it just disappears. And if you pay close attention, you'll see the aircraft actually moved. And because the aircraft moved, it registered that movement and PAL, con is your ground equipment. And one of the things that you can do to keep it in place, this is one of them, is you can obviously set your chocks at startup and then also prevent your parking brake to remove the chocks and let your better pushback actually do that for you. So that's a worthwhile other one to consider. All right, yoke auto center goes off. I find it's highly annoying and it does also interfere. You got to know what you're doing when you want to use that one. For me and for most everybody else, don't let your yoke auto center. All right, smart MCP knobs just means that it will increase the speed as you turn. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's not. Um, that's a personal thing. Brunner hardware is for guys, that build proper cockpits, and it's a much more expensive item than just the usual thing. So that's not for me, and probably not for most of you guys either. XHSI, there's been a lot of talk about the weather radar not working on the Zebo. 9 out of 10 times, if it's not a faulty installation that the guy did, the XHSI is on. If you switch the XHSI on, weather radar will not work when you press that button. Okay, now what is XHSI? XHSI is for cockpit builders. It basically gives you a representation of your flight control instruments that you can then put on separate screens, build it into your cabinet to make your actual home cockpit. So for us in a desktop environment, that's irrelevant. We don't need to know about XHSI. It's a nice to have. One of my friends actually built a cockpit around it that we used at some of the shows we used to go to and worked with. So it's a nice thing, but not for desktop aviators. You want to build a cockpit with that. All right. In terms of realism, I want to mention a couple of things quickly. The align time for my IRSs I've set to short. The reason for that is, again, you've got different styles of simulators, different styles of people simulating, how to use the aircraft. When you start flying the aircraft more according to the FCOM, there are certain procedures that's required that will not work unless your IRS is aligned. And when you fly like I do, if you followed me for a while now, you know how I do my whole flight. If you fly like I do, I cannot do my normal safety checks until the align time is actually done. So most of my streams, I just skip them, just like a good flight simulator would do. But when we do tutorials, it becomes a problem because now you want to show the guys how to do it. But then you have to wait 7, 8, 9 minutes sometimes for the IRS to align. So I've had to compromise, and this is something that you have to decide for yourself. If you want to stay entry level, kind of a simmer, just do it for fun. If you want to do it more realistically, if you want to incorporate the safety checks or not, and you will evaluate it according to that. So for the purposes of training, this goes too short because then it will literally align within 1 minute, opposed to 7, 8, or 9 minutes in the real world. All right, and just for effect, I'll always use my refuel time as a real. It just looks nice to have the little guy stand there by the ladder and do his work. So that's very, very nice to have. Just pause at top of descent. I do not use it from this side. I actually use it from my smart cars. So if I want to do a top of descent pause, that's where I do it. I've never tried this, believe it or not. In all the time I've spent in this machine, thousands of hours already, I've never used that one from the tablet. The tire blown option is something we've discussed a few times internally and in support. It sometimes happens that little code doesn't play ball with us, and then the best way to fix it is just to switch it off. Don't have it on, because if you land whether it's too hard or too soft and the system thinks that your tire is blown, you cannot taxi off the runway. And it's happened twice to me while we were flying online, and there's guys waiting to land behind me, and I have to disconnect from the network because I just cannot move. And I've traced it back to that one being a little bit of a problem. So it's nice to have realism, but also only to a point. Another important item is yoke movement. When you move your yoke, it's best to have it to do nothing. Unless you have a specific reason why it needs to disconnect the autopilot or go to your CWS autopilot. That it doesn't make sense. You don't want your yoke to interfere. You need to physically reach for a disconnect button, or you need to have a button specifically assigned for that on your yoke or joystick or something. So that's another good one to have. My parking brake is always set to real. If you guys don't know what that means, it just means, let's hide this. I cannot set my parking brake. It works that I have to step on the toe brakes and then set the parking brake. So if I do this there, it's not going to set. I have to physically step on the toe brakes to be able to set the parking brake. Right, I don't use the FMC input lag, but you guys can obviously do that. In terms of all these things, this is now getting to cosmetics. It's up to you which ones you want to use here. There's no real point in spending too much time on this one. What I find is very important for me is to see my FPS and any errors. So that one needs to be on. If you suffer from the strobe lights being a problem in the cockpit, the only other one that's really important here is the off. Make sure that you switch the strobe off, that it doesn't come into your cockpit. All right, we're almost there. So global units, I use kilograms. Some of you guys will use pounds. Whatever you do, just make sure that whatever SimBrief or PFPX or whatever flight planning tool you use is set to the same units. Because if you're going to set it to pounds, or if SimBrief gives it to you in pounds, but the aircraft is in kilograms, you're going to run out of fuel somewhere in your flight. So just make sure that's very important. In terms of your barrow units, it's obviously in inches because we're flying in America right now. When we fly in Europe, it goes to HPA. In terms of minimums, usually it's on barrow. I'm going to put it on barrow. We can save it just now. Otherwise, a radio for your Cat 3 A and B, and sometimes Cat 2 minimums. The rest again is all cosmetic stuff. This is again very important. In your aircraft configuration, when you fly as a single pilot, you can decide to have it off or sync to the captain. What I'm talking about is the QNH and minimums. Sorry, the displays on, but basically what happens is if I set the QNH altimeter from the captain side, it's going to sync it to the flight, the first officer side, and the same goes for the minimums. You don't really want to, unless you've got the time, go and fiddle this side, then go and fiddle that side just to get the two sync. That's just a shortcut that's built in and available to you guys that you can set if you want or not. All right, you can set the communication radio. This is something Zebo brought in recently, and I believe it was because of VATSIM and the changes on, I think Xpilot it was, that required some changes to the radio. So you can choose which one of your radios will be the default one. And then lastly on this page, guys, there's more than 8,000 errors or incorrect, or however you want to pronounce it, issues with the ILS in explain versus the current data. So if you are using any form of payware, this goes for Navigraph, it goes for the ones that Aerosoft does, Nav Data Pro. If you update the Nav Data and you want to fly the Zebo, you have to have this on. And every time there's a new ERAC and every time you install new scenery, the Zebo will pick up on that and it's going to ask you to restart explain because it will automatically rebuild the ILS database for you. I made a video when that was released. It's on my channel, so I'm not going to go into the whole story. But the only way to get rid of those 8,000 plus error misconfigurations, whatever you want to call it, is you guys going to have to use this setting. Make sure that it's on. If you are not using payware nav data, I don't think you should have it on. I think it must be on off, and then you shouldn't have any issues because you're just going to use whatever is in explain anyway then. All right, the rest, this is all just cosmetics. Guys, I think I've...
So I have a question. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe I missed it. Checklist, do you have it on simple or detail?
No, I have it on simple, but I don't use that checklist.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and FM, sorry, it wasn't that one. It was a flight plan save format, FMX or FMS?
FMS. I just need to quickly go there. Yeah, it's FMS. The FMX, I've never used. I always just use FMS because that's the way it gets exported from your main flight planning tools anyway.
It's a bit to do with the past
Yeah.
when FMC didn't save SIDS and stars.
Yeah.
FMX did.
Yes. But now the new format FMS plans, when you do an export from Navigraph, it saves SID stars everything in there. So
Exactly.
it's
Yes.
good enough to have FMS. Okay, guys on stream, I see we've got a whole bunch of you now. Any questions? Is there anything specific you want to ask about the tablet before we step off it and continue setting up?
I think that's enough on the tablet personally.
All right.
'Cause sometimes your brain gets a bit full with one particular subject. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. It's
And if anybody wants to look back at that, they can look back or Google things or do their own research. Maybe.
yes.
Ask.
Norman, I'm about to talk about the calibration. In terms of the calibration, let's start with explain itself. In terms of control sensitivity, this is probably even more important than anything else we have discussed until now. Stability augmentation always needs to be 0. Anything on the right hand side here is going to change the Zebo code. It's going to interfere with the Zebo code. What you do in terms of your control response, this is up to you. I like to have it on the right hand side because that gives me the feeling of weight. It makes the aircraft feel heavy. All right, so this one, the 3 on this side on the left, you can set wherever you feel comfortable with your hardware. But the stability augmentation, guys, this needs to be off. The moment this is on, it literally kills the flight model. All right. In terms of the calibration, I don't want to run the calibration right now. It's in my installation guide. You have to calibrate your hardware properly inside of Explain. Otherwise, it's not going to work. The same goes for your hardware calibration over here. So you go to customize and calibration. This is the last I'm going to then talk about on the tablet in terms of settings. You need to make sure that your pitch, roll, and your resets to 0. I'm not touching a single control, and you can see there is no spiking happening. There is no interference from any of the controllers. If there's any interference from the controllers, also this is mentioned in my installation video and in the guide, the PDF. You have to lift those numbers until these are 0. That is a prerequisite to fly the Zebo properly. You cannot expect the Zebo to behave the way that Lubos wrote it if you do not do the calibration correctly. Right, I'm not going to go into all the flaps and selecting levers and all those things. That's not part of what I want to discuss today. I just want you guys to get a general understanding of it takes a little bit of time to set it up properly, to make sure that you are happy with your personal preferences and to make sure that the basics are done according to what Zebo requires for the code to operate properly. All right. No, that, Dimitri, is the range. I don't think you can go past 30, max 30. Yes, Yeri, that's true. I use it because I've got the pedals. If you don't have pedals, I think it's going to be difficult to use the real option. I haven't tried it really, so somebody else might have another opinion about that. But obviously, because I've got pedals, I can step on toe brakes and actually then do the real setting. Anybody else? All right. Looks like we're done. All right, I just want to quickly get to the next point then. All right, so we talked about the flight briefing, just briefly what we're going to do from where to where. All right, we've discussed the Zebo tablet, the calibration and explain. All right, so we obviously started from the back and we're talking about where's what and all these things. I don't know how many of you guys have actually played around with some of these knobs. A couple of lights, your oxygen you can press on. Most of the knobs work. Somebody was talking about the Zebo cabin being too bright the other day, and I said to him, well, just use the normal knobs, and like in the real plane, just switch it lower. You just got to have your HDR setting on. And once HDR is on, the Zebo lighting should work the way it's intended to work.
Sorry,
Lucian,
what is
sorry,
HDR?
HDR is your high definition setting. Let me show you guys. If you go to graphics, there you need to have your visual effects on high, so HDR is on, that it runs in high definition, that it can pick up on, what it's supposed to pick up. If you pull that one notch back, the Zebo cockpit's just not going to look the way it should.
Okay, got it.
All right. Lucian, in terms of better pushback, there are a few settings that I did set. I must just quickly catch it there. All right. If you want, you can take a screenshot. What I basically did was I changed the guide to speak through my headset instead of through the external speakers. It just feels better for me. The rest is almost standard. I don't think I changed anything there. What you need to know with better pushback is when you push back, the engines must not be running, or if they are running, you must not put thrust to them, because then you're going to spin around in circles. Spawning salmon, I've already given you permission. Sorry, I just haven't had the time to tell you, but you need to come to the FBO and then I can pull you into the live on air if you want to chat with us. All right. Okay. So what's next? Let's have a look at this itinerary quickly. All right. Yeah, we were still talking about where's what. All right. Guys, this might sound a little bit silly, so stop me if I'm making it, too low level. But basically, we've got a clock, and I see our cursor is still in the right position. Then we have the primary flight display, we have the navigational display, we have our first FMC on the side for the captain, for the first officer. This is our upper display unit and the lower display unit. Our ACAS basically gives us engines, fuel, all kinds of other useful information. If you want, you can transfer it to the bottom one. Yeah, I can show you guys how this works as well. We've got all the normal knobs. Most of it is modeled. You can switch and play around with it. We can go through one or two things as we continue. This is the EFIS over here. This is where you set the radio and the barometer for minimums, to choose between the types, and then you just turn your knob, to set it up. Your map display, this is basically where you go to plan mode, map mode, VOR approach. We'll go to your center mode, and you can also have
Nico,
vertical
you're a
display.
little bit behind.
Where? Say again.
You're a little bit behind. You're like your mouse is not where you're saying.
It's the
That's
time
normal.
delay.
Yeah, I
Time
think it's
delay
the time
between the
delay.
transmission.
Yeah. Remember, there's 10 seconds from when you hear it, Dominic, and when you see it. Because you're sitting in Discord with me, that's the difference. Hope that makes sense. Okay. Right. So then the other thing that's very important is the auto brake. If you guys are not familiar with it, or if you are used to your Airbuses, it works a little bit differently. For takeoff, we always set the auto brake to RTO. That's our rejected takeoff. So we have to arm it. We will show you later in the program as we continue. You have to arm it. The moment you do a rejected takeoff, it's going to immediately deploy the spoilers, go to maximum auto brake, and you will feel that everything kicks in there. Andrew, there's about 10 seconds delay from when I speak until you guys see it on stream. We've tried to take it down to 2 seconds, but then our reward for that was that we only see a 360p video afterwards. YouTube does not save in HD when you do it as fast, for the good interaction. So it's very good for a stream, but it's not good to save for posterity because nobody wants to watch a 360p video anymore.
Just for confirmation, Nico, my live latency is 9.4 current.
Okay, cool. 9.4 seconds. All right. Okay, let's continue. We discussed the RTO. That's very important. We'll get to that again later. Um, see what else is important over here. Obviously, we go up to our MCP. Then we've got both courses that we can set. Auto throttle, this is the flight director for the captain, flight director for the first officer. I'll show you guys later on. um, it happened this morning where I forgot to activate my actual runway and I couldn't get the VNAV to work at some point in time. There's a couple of things you can do to test as you continue on. It's going to be interesting because this airport does not have a SID, but I'll see what I can show you guys. Otherwise, you can always refer to this morning's video because uh, I actually discuss it, plenty of times. All right, so we've got this speed, heading, altitude, vertical speed, command A, command B, CWS, CWS. This is A and B again. The big difference is that one is the normal autopilot, and this one basically turns your Boeing into an Airbus in layman's terms. So if you point the nose in a direction, it's going to follow the nose, until you put the next input in there. That's just layman's terms. You guys can Google it if you want to see a little bit more. All right. We obviously also now have N1 speed level change. I want to mention this very, 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 very pertinently. That's the right word. If you look at the screen right now, you can see there's your N1 button and there's the mic button. N1, guys, is not toga. It's not takeoff go around. If you press N1 during the takeoff roll, all it's going to do is it's going to give you max N1 power allowed by your settings in the FMC. That's all it's going to do. It's not a mode as such. But when you press the mic button, that mic button is the actual toga button. It puts you into the takeoff go around mode. In other words, the aircraft will respond according to the program in the FMC, and it will then operate the aircraft correctly for the takeoff. It will take your cutback and all the other noise abatement stories into consideration that you might or might not have programmed into position. If you look at the actual toga button where it is in the real world, that's toga button there. All right, it's very difficult when you are a single flight simmer to actually grasp that one. So you've got one of two choices or three choices actually. That's obviously not a viable one of them. You can press the mic button or you can set up a joystick button to press, and that will obviously press the button for you. It's easy enough when you have got your hand on the throttle to just press that button, but not in the flight sim. It's really annoying. All right. What next? What else can I quickly show you? All right. Another thing that is quite useful, and especially in your safety checks, is your button over here to test your GPWS. Over there, it's kind of hidden. If you don't know about it, you won't know about it. And if we go to the overhead, most of you guys know this, I'm sure. If you need me to answer something specifically on this, I'll come back to it. But I want to show you the stuff that most guys generally don't do. And that's to come over here to look at the flight recorder. Right, you can actually test it. That's part of what I have on my checklist to actually test it. You can test your speed warning. You can also test your stall warnings. Um, you can test your flaps, all the LED lights. In fact, to see that there's not an LED blown and you miss a flap setting. This is the IRS system, and also where we get the wind that's working in on the actual aircraft. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on as well. Those are the non-normal things. I think, like I said, everybody's familiar with most of the overhead. Normal flow always starts top left, top to bottom, go to the next column, top to bottom, and so you move to the right. That's the normal flow. Funny enough, the way the system works is you can literally bounce around, but it's not advisable, because if you don't follow a checklist, you're going to fall out the bus somewhere. Something's going to go wrong. You're going to miss something. So that's why we have checklists. Any questions up till now, guys?
Seems good to me, Nico.
All right. Okay. So the next thing we want to do is to start the flight. And we're going to start from the tablet. Guys, the central system in this aircraft is here. Everything starts here. Everything ends here. So please always bear that in mind if you are new to the Zebo. This is where it starts and stops. If you want to load your actual payload, which we can do now, I want to get that, see if we can get that on the screen as well. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. All right, so we're going to start using all this fancy paperwork that we got from Simbrief or PFPX or wherever. The payload is clearly given to us as 18.9 tons. All we need to do is then add it in here. And the fuel that we need is 5.3. Right. So now we can double check a couple of things. Takeoff weight according to this tablet is 65.6, and according to the OFP there it's 65.5, and I'll tell you why in a moment. The next thing we want to check is just the zero fuel weight. We've got 60.4 versus 60.3, and here's the difference. This value here is less because it gives you the value at takeoff. In other words, at the runway threshold where you're going to take off from. The value in the OFP includes 100 kilograms for taxi fuel. And that's why there's 100 kilograms difference, in case you guys ever wondered. Right, so I want to show you something else. And for anybody who does not have it yet, or who have never seen it or are looking for it, if you go to my private hangar link below the video, you can go to the Explain 11 Zebo folder and you can get the checklist that I keep on referring to, and this is what it looks like. This is typically not something that a real pilot or any of you will take with you once you understand the flows and once you've trained yourself and know what you're doing. But this is an excellent training tool, and I highly recommend that you guys get this in your tablet somewhere on a computer screen, or print it out. I know a lot of guys laminate it, keep it safe, but it's very elaborate, and it's going to take us through the whole process, so bear with me and I'll quickly show you a couple of things. All right, I showed you the gear extension stuff at the back. I didn't specifically show you the gear lock. That's your gear lock over there. These are things that you just check by the way, you know, just to make sure that it's there. It's marked as optional because typically it only happens once in the morning. It's like first flight of the day kind of a thing. So you can skip that. It's not going to change anything because it is optional. But it's nice to have a look, see what's happening and that everything is centered. Hello? Right, that is that one over there is the ELT switch. So it's just basically asking us to make sure that it's closed and guarded. And then obviously normal stuff like the fire extinguisher is there. And then obviously we need to make sure that both our breathing masks are there. You know. All right, so the way I've tried to lay out this checklist is, you know, as much as possible very logical. So the first thing I would do is then I would call my ground services. Guys, the ground services that I use is a payware. It's from Jar Design. I think it's about $15 and it looks like this. I can now select what I want to actually approach my aircraft and then I can just call them, drive up. The next thing that we want to do is we want to start the ground services on the tablet just for ambience. You guys don't have to do it. The important one is start the flight leg. Let me just show you that's the important one. This is just for ambience. It's not going to change anything, whereas the start leg will initiate, you know, audio bird's hard work and you'll get some nice audio going. Right, the next thing that we want to check is if the chocks are set. My one starts up with chock set already. We can add the GPU so we've got power. I saw that it was on already because it's on auto. But anyway, I've just clicked it, made sure that we've got the actual unit with us and that we're not taking the ground power that comes from the jetway basically. Right, then pushback. So we're going to do the pushback story. Just want to go outside, make sure I've got my bearings correct, and also just quickly refer to my chart again. Alright, we want the taxi down that way somewhere. Alright, so we're gonna do a pushback to the left. Alright guys, if you don't have better pushback yet, please make a plan and get it as soon as possible. It's free and it works wonderful.
All right, Captain, got the directions. Let me know through the menu when you're ready.
Thank you, will do. Right, so that is the next item in the list. And we've done the fuel and weights already. And very important, guys, it's no use you just do the fuel and weight from this side of things. The actual fuel in the aircraft, it's only 2.5 tons, so we are short. We literally have to go call the fuel truck, and I'll show you what that looks like. So there's our little guy standing there refueling the aircraft for us. Alright, so while they are busy doing their thing, we're going to look at the next section. This is kind of important, guys, and this is why it's not an optional thing. Andrew, no, pushback pushes to where I tell it to push. I want to be honest with you. Some SOPs at some that's the standard operating procedures at some of the airports will die if you push into a taxiway. They don't want that. What you need to do is obviously read up on, you know, it depends on how realistic you want it. For our purposes, yeah, I don't care. I'm not flying online, I'm not interfering. But what you can do is read up in the navigational documentation of the airport. It will tell you if there's a problem to, you know, push into a taxiway or not. When you fly online, the ATC can give you guidance for that as well. Sounds like a happy puppy whining. Okay, let's change it for you. We don't want to irritate you guys. So there you go. I've just started the flight leg, so you will obviously now hear the people are busy boarding and then getting settled. So that's going to take a couple of minutes, and you will also hear, just because we press that button, the flight attendant will come and tell us when the law enforcement officer is on board, and that's my cue to also do the PA announcement and welcome everybody. So there's method in the madness, you have to work it in a certain time period and see what we can do. So I've gone to the PA system, and we'll press the welcome when we know it's time. Okay, what I said was important is this. We need to make sure that the flaps lever is in position. That the speed brake lever is in position. The flaps lever is in position. We need to make sure parking brake is set and fuel is cut off. All right. Once we put power to the overhead and the battery on the bus, we're going to do the test to make sure that the takeoff config warn sounds. Full, it's irrelevant right now. You can simulate it differently if you want. I'm just doing it in sequence to show the guys what's possible. It's freaking cold, I know. It's very cold. Anyway, we'll give it a minute, let them board, and then we'll make sure that everything else starts up. Alright, so what we are then going to do is put power to the system. So we're going to start with the battery. We're going to go to the ground power. Very important, and this is actually a regulation. Legally, you cannot allow anybody to board the plane until the emergency lights are actually armed. So we jumped the gun there by 10 seconds. So what? It's a simulation, but just FYI. So we've got the emergency lights going, and we need to switch the nav lights on right now, because that signals to the rest of society that there is a qualified pilot on board. So it's not just a nice to have, it's also a legal thing. We are on board, so we've got to have the nav on. Alright, then the next thing I do is just get the ambience ready again, make sure the lights are on, and then I can start my IRS. I'm going to talk to you about the IRS thing in a second as well, but let's just get all the lights going. I already did the pedestal lights, so I'm going to quickly go upstairs, do that IRS. I want to tell you something. I'm going to take away the Adobe just now. Alright, so when you switch on the IRS, sorry guys, I just need to get it into the right place so you guys can see. Please don't set it to align. Okay, it's a different function, we don't need that. What you do is you turn it twice to nav, both sides. Alright, you'll see the align light comes on, and depending on your setting in the Zebo tablet, it will tell you how many minutes remains until it is aligned. If you switch this knob, you see you can put it on HDG STS, it gives you the minute that remains. Alright, so basically it's done. It now awaits our input on the FMC, and we can go to the FMC, clear out the message, go to the FMC, and this is the next very important step. If you can bear with me, I'm going to show you what to do, and then I'll explain what not to do. So we're going to go to page 2. We need to get GPS left. That is the primary GPS of the aircraft. GPS R is your standby. It is also giving the same value, so it's irrelevant for us which one we take, but naturally and normally speaking, GPS L is the one that you take. You go back and you insert the coordinates. Alright, so why don't you use the airport reference is what I want to discuss with you guys. Previously in other simulators that I have flown, it was fair game. You could just put the airport coordinates in there and it was all okay. With the Zebo, it's not. If you read the FCOM that Boeing supplies with the aircraft, you will notice if you get to the IRS section that there are actual limits. The limit is 4 nautical miles. If you exceed the limit of 4 nautical miles between where the actual aircraft is actually standing and the reference coordinates that you put in, if there's a discrepancy of 4 nautical miles or more, the IRS will not align. All right, so if you are at a big airport like Schiphol or one of these mega airports where you find that you are at 4.1 nautical miles from the reference point, you're not going to get an IRS alignment. It won't work. It will fault out on you. All right, the other reason why you don't use that, even if you are within the 4 nautical miles, why you wouldn't use the airport coordinates is very simple. You will create a IRS drift problem down the line. All right, it is something that is very real in the real airport, real aircraft, and you don't want to cause an IRS drift. That is also when you do a turnaround in a leg, why the guys do a quick IRS realignment just to prevent IRS drift. Now, all these things are foreign to a lot of flight simmers, and I encounter this a lot. Just trust me, it's in the FCOM. If you want a copy of the FCOM, go get it. It's in my private hangar. It's there under the 737 info section. You don't want to get into a position like that. So the normal and natural thing is to do it properly, and that is to simply go to page 2, grab GPS left and put it into position. Please remember that. Alright, so at this point in time, if we look at our displays, you'll see everything is up and running. Alright, so what we want to do is just come back here quickly and listen to that config horn. Alright, so if you hear that sound when you press toga, then you've got a problem. The Boeing does not work like an Airbus, and I see it many times in support where guys go and they actually arm the speed brake over here, like that. That's not how it works in a Boeing. The moment you do that and you press forward, you're going to get a config warning on. Also, if the aircraft is not fitted with XRAS in X-plane, you'll get that warning if your flaps is not set. Chris, yes, but that is going to be as close as damn it is to a swear word, because that's where the aircraft's going to be actually residing. So it should be good enough, but we just don't want the guys to use the airport anymore, because that's got its own set of problems. All right. Anyway, I mean, it's easier for me to grab the coordinates from page 2 than to go to Navigraph or any other source and try and find my gate coordinates anyway. So it's just, shortcut. All right. Let's get that checklist going again. All right. I'm going to show you guys a couple of things. This is not something that you would do every day, I suppose, as a flight simmer, but I also want to show it just to demonstrate the capability of the aircraft for the new guys. So basically, your clock has got a couple of settings that you can check. You've got the date, you've got the time in 2 different fashions. So you've got the UTC time, and then you've got the local time. Yes, Paul?
You seem to have that PFD above the clock.
Oh,
Sorry,
thank you.
over the top of it.
Shout. Sorry. Guys, I've got 4 screens. Just to tell you how it works. I concentrate on the one in front of me, so I don't always see that one. Thank you, Paul. So let's just run by that again. We've got a local time, we've got the date, and we've got the UTC time, which is something that the guys usually just check to make sure that the aircraft knows what the time is and you know what the time is. Very important in real world, not so much for flight simulators, but anyway, it's there. The other things we can play with is just all these lights. Make sure that we can set it dim, set it to bright, and then we can obviously test it. This just looks like a nice Christmas tree basically. Hello, Richard. Oh, you missed a lot, but I think you wouldn't mind. You've gone past that already. I'm really taking it down to ground level, so you might have been bored. Take us. Where are you, Arkan? Oh, there you are. Hold on, I'm gonna pull you guys in. Wow, what a number of people. There we go. I'm just pulling you all into Discord quickly. There you go. Hello, guys.
Oh,
Hi. Oh,
All right, so just to show you, like I said, a technology demonstration basically of what is capable, what Zebo is actually modeled. You don't see this on streams many times, you know, guys don't really show you all these funny things.
Hello, Nico.
Hello, Arkan. Guys, the purpose of this obviously is to see that you don't have a dead bulb, you know, that all the LED digits are working and, you know, just general common sense things. I think this is more of a thing for the maintenance engineers than for the pilots, but anyway, it's there, it's been modeled, so it's a nice to have. Hello, Mirsad.
Do you have a curtain in windshield?
Arkan, I have no idea what you just said.
Let me tell you just a second.
All right. All right, so going back to the top, just to show you how comprehensive this checklist also is. We can now go and switch our recorder. You can see it's taken into account. We can press the warning buttons. See, it's nice to play with these things when you've got time. I'm showing this to you obviously just to show it's been modeled, it's there. All right, then another thing that I would like to show you guys is this is a very useful tool to have to set this knob to wind, because this gives you the actual wind that is currently enacting on this aircraft. This is what the aircraft is experiencing. So it's all very well that you've got a meter and you've got, you know, the overview of what's happening via the meter, but this is the actual wind that the aircraft is experiencing, and we'll get to use that later as well. I just found it's a habit, you know, with me to use that in the FMC later. You will see. All right, if we go down to this one, another useful test is to make sure our pitot tubes are not blocked. If you press and hold that button for 5 seconds and there's no alarm, you should be good to go. Same goes for this test over here, where we can press it, and if we get the lights come on, we know that the pressurization system is okay. Daryl, it's fine, my friend. No worries, no worries. We're gonna be here a while. I'm taking it down to basic entry level, and we'll notch it up, you know, later on. Go a bit more, you know, medium settings as we continue. Just want to give the guys listening, you know, some value for money. I'm not sure of the skill level of you guys, so if I go too low, please tell me to notch it up a little bit. If I go too high, you know, break me again, like I said in the beginning.
oh, well, I think you're doing just fine, Nico. I
Thank
mean,
you.
there are bound to be beginners on the Zebo that
Yeah.
might actually learn quite a lot of what you're talking.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Andrew, I don't think you're a moron. I think you're good. And this is why we are here, is to learn from each other. So, guys, like Chris has been chirping in, Chris is an old friend of mine, also a real world pilot, not a Boeing pilot, but you know, got great experience in other aircraft. So he's a good source of information. Richard, yeah, Catchy Muscle is also you know, it's come a long way. And then obviously the guys on Discord, yeah, there are some serious representation of experience and knowledge when it comes to this aircraft here with us. So you guys must feel free to ask.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If you have a look, DC amps and CPS frag,
Yeah.
and there are two switch bottom of. You can turn from left to right.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the standby to test.
Mm.
Could you? Yes, those
Mm.
those are that I mentioned. Could you please explain each one? What is the purpose of these?
Well, not everything is modeled, so it's going to be difficult to explain each and every one. Okay, standby obviously is standby. It just means it's idling there, waiting for something to happen. The battery bus, looks at the battery. There, the battery goes on. I think McTrying is going to be able to give you a much better representation. What I'm worried about is the transfer bus. Okay, I need to know that my transfer bus is actually got some amps in it. All right, so I always put it onto the transfer bus, and obviously on ground power, so I can see that the ground power is actually providing me power. Because if we go and kill ground power, you see there the amps and everything dies now. So when we put the power back on, there we go. You see, so that's just a way of testing that we actually get the power that we want. The same goes for your Gen 1 on your engine and Gen 2 on the other engine, and then the APU. Once we start them, we can revisit each one. The only purpose for this is to make sure that you've got the power that you need, because there are limits. If you go below a certain voltage, and amps, I mean, the system is not going to function properly. So that's also, it's not really important for flight simmers. It's a nice to have at this point in time.
I must admit, I don't know what the test position tests,
Yeah, I
and
don't know.
currently I don't think it's modelled anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't modeled here, so that's why I don't want to go too deep in it. We don't want to create extra workload if we don't want it anyway. So yeah.
Yeah,
It,
I think it's a kind of electrical checking section for airplane.
Yeah, it's a checking system. Exactly. It checks that you are safe to go and fly. I mean, if we know that we need 38 amps for the system to run, and all of a sudden we only have 24, then obviously we know we've got a problem, and you have to get your QRH out or whatever, and you have to start troubleshooting. You have to see what's wrong. Call maintenance. I mean, you're carrying 189 passengers plus crew extra. Let's call it roughly 200 people in this aircraft. You don't want to die because you didn't check a volt and amp. So that's a good test.
I will go and spend my time looking the FCOM. I'll come back with an answer later.
Okay, cool. All right.
Thank you very much, Nico. Thank you so much for your answer.
No worries, no worries. Dimitri, coming to your statement on the chat there, I hear what you're saying. The mind boggles, but I can only do what I can do, and uh, I'm nervous as anything when the stream starts. Right now, I've calmed down a little bit, so I feel, the information is flowing a little bit better. And I hope the guys enjoy what I do and learn something. Let's see. Andrew, if you if you look at the description below the video, if you look below the video as you're watching YouTube, there's a show more thing that you can click. In there is a link to PayPal. Just follow the link and you can use that. Thank you very much.
If you want, I can share with my I can share my PayPal as well. So
Your
if
PayPal as well.
yeah,
Yeah,
Smooth, huh?
yeah, that's
And
taking a chance.
we're
And
sharing
if
papers
John
there.
was to give us his credit card number, and
Right.
that we could all be richer.
Yeah, yeah. Cody, thank you for your answers, but the link is right below the video. It's just you've got to click on show more. You'll get the whole itinerary. Below the itinerary, there's a link to PayPal. You copy and paste that into your browser, and it takes you to where you need it to go. Yes, yeah, we've gone, according to my count, up to about 53 was the highest number I've seen. I'm Danny. So yeah, okay, let's continue. Let's see what we get to, because it's already an hour and a half into this stream. So let's get going. All right. In We're gonna skip a couple of these things. What we can do just for effect is press the button here on the mask. Just here, if we can hear the oxygen is flowing. Where's that button? There we go, something like that. All right, we're going to obviously check the rest of the stuff as we continue. So again, just to demonstrate to you the technology. And Dimitri, thank you so very much, my friend. Absolutely, my pleasure to teach you these things. Um, I love doing it anyway. Thank you so much. All right. So the next item on our checklist is going to be the normal safety tests. It's recommended again, but optional. You guys don't have to do it. But for effect, it's nice to show on stream sometimes, so we can start with the GPWS.
Right, quick one on that battery, sorry, power.
McTryan, can you just wait till the test stops so the guys can hear you without interference? It'll be done just now. All right, go for it, McTryan.
Quick update. DC meter selectors test used by maintenance.
Ah, okay. So we don't worry about that.
GPWS mean, guys, ground proximity warning system.
Yes, ground proximity warning system. That's correct. So that's what that little button does for us. All right. The other nice to have if you want to just play some music is obviously checking all these things. Fire. You can check the bottle. Let's go to a different view. You can actually check your fire extinguisher, that the fire extinguisher will actually work when you need it, both of them. You can do your test for cargo fire.
When you push that buttons, you shouldn't hear Mariah Carey's song. There
Exactly.
must be something.
Yeah, there must be a ringer. Okay. Then the other thing, and guys, this is obviously FCOM based stuff. This is why I changed my IRS aligned time. You can't really do these tests if the IRS is not aligned. Yes, you can press the button. Yes, you can get the effect. But according to the Boeing FCOM, the IRS needs to be aligned for all of these things to be valid, including the TCAS. So you press and hold on the left, and then you get your test as well.
Climb, climb now. Climb, climb now. Climb, crossing, climb. Climb, crossing, climb. Climb, climb. Clear of conflict. Descend, 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 crossing, descend. Descend, crossing, descend. Descend, descend now. Descend, descend now. Increase, climb. Increase, climb. Increase, descent. Increase descent. Maintain vertical speed. Maintain.
I mean, from my experience, simply going through your checklist is a tremendous education just finding your way around the buttons.
Yes.
It's
Paul, this is
a
why
flying point of view.
yeah, this is
Sorry, go
why
ahead.
no, this is why I went down to the basics to show the guys where everything is positioned, because even Uncle John had a struggle in the beginning of where to find what. So sorry, I interrupted you there. I apologize.
No, it's a tremendous education in itself, but I think it's something that we as simmers need to work through ourselves to a large degree, teaching ourselves where everything is.
Yeah, but it's nice to have a little video like this where you can just get an overview, then go, have a point of reference, go find it again, kind of a thing.
Agreed.
At least we know it's there. We're
Yeah.
not looking thin air.
Yeah. Last year, it's now 2 years ago, me and David created the C-list X-checklister file. And I mean, I wasn't aware, and he came to me a while later, and he asked me, where is this takeoff config test? And I swear, I was blank. It took me a freaking day or two to actually sit and think about this. And this is it. Right? So when he created the X checklist file, he had to test it because the way he created the file, there's checks and balances. It's not just a tick box and you can ignore it or pretend you did it and you didn't do it. He couldn't continue beyond that. And that was so funny because when we eventually spoke to each other and we discovered that all it was this, you know, we actually laughed at each other. But again, it's just happened.
Well, that's something that you wouldn't realise unless you'd been shown. So yeah, excellent.
Yes. Yeah. So anyway, that's what happened there.
Unless you've tried to take off and realised that all of a
Yes.
sudden you've got a config warning for
Yeah.
some reason.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about the radios quickly. In terms of the radios,
Sorry, I have a question,
okay.
Nico, because I
Yes.
will need to go from the street. I purchased PFPX this
Yes.
morning.
Okay.
It's telling me that my ARAC is out of date, and I've tried installing it using the FMS manager,
Yeah.
and it still tells me that it's out of date.
Okay, that must be a location problem. Then we need to find out why.
Or you've got one intermediate file
Yeah.
folder level. Maybe you need to take something out.
Yeah.
Push
It's
it
just
in,
it's
so
a
it's in the
location
same.
issue. But Dominic, the best would be let's talk afterwards, and then I can help you go through the whole process and set it up correctly with you.
That's fine, but I will need to leave the stream, and then I will catch up later. So I
Sure.
don't know when you'll be back on.
All you do is you pop me a private message on Discord and I'll tell you if I'm ready or not.
I sent you, Nico.
What?
Thank you, Nico.
Oh, yeah. That goes without saying. Akan, we will get to that. Somebody sent me a message just now. I just want to quickly see. I can't find the message again.
Yeah, Higher Flyer said, "Can I join voice chat?" And then the message disappeared.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Flyer. I see you are on stream. I can pull you in. Yes, by all means. Just make sure that you've got push to talk going, and then I can have you here with us. There you go. You are in the Discord room with us. Hello, Sentinel, and yes, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you too. Okay, so let's.
Hey, Nico, I got a quick question.
Yes, go.
Yeah, this particular checklist you're looking at right now,
Yes,
I'm trying to find it on your, is it in your hangar?
it is. It is. Go to Explain 11 Zebo, and then Zebo checklist almost at the bottom.
Okay, thanks.
Pleasure. All right. Okay. Radios. Guys, this is your first radio. According to the settings in the tablet, that's my main radio. That'll be the second one, and the one on the overhead over there is the third one. Typically, this one is used when I sit in the jump seat. I've had the privilege of flying jump seat many times, so I would look into that one and make sure that I can listen to what's happening with ATC and all these kind of things. If you're not in the jump seat and not maintenance, you're typically not going to use that one really. Sentinel, I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad we can do some lessons again, my friend. You must check this morning's stream. I had an inadvertent go around. That was fun because we all learned a lot. Anyway, that's a
Talk to
different
me
story.
afterwards, Nico. I think I know the answer.
All right, cool. Sentinel, yeah, he had it with PFPX. It wasn't with the Zebo. The ERAC problem is not Zebo. It's actually PFPX. And High Flyer, yeah, he's laughing, because he was the air traffic controller who watched me do the go around. But anyway, it happened and it was fun. Right, let's get back to this. Let's get on topic. We don't want to bore anybody.
Let's continue with radio.
Yes, hello, Krister. Okay, so basically, unless you are using an ATC program or you are flying online, this is not going to mean anything to you. But what you have to do when you fly online is make sure at this point in time that your radios are set up correctly, because you need to obviously ask for your IFR clearance and do all the rest of those things. So please make sure. Then in terms of my setup, I've got Active Sky running. I use my secondary radio for the weather.
Sir, in parentheses, could you please give the information about Active Sky weather station listening on
Okay,
radio and
yes,
frequency?
I'll tell you
It
just
is
now.
extra, but
Yeah.
some beginners don't know how they can imply this
All right.
issue
Okay.
in airplane. Okay.
Give me 1 second. My daughter wants to ask me something, and then I'll show you.
Okay. Not to me. Please show to everyone.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so how it works is this. Let's get the Active Sky on here.
I try to ask on behalf of beginners, okay?
Understand?
So
Understand.
please consider me as a beginner.
Sure.
I intentionally ask some questions, okay?
No problem. No problem. All right.
I-
So
if I find them useful, of
sure,
course.
sure. So this is Active Sky. What you have to do for the audio to work, well, let's start at the beginning. Under your options, you have to go to audio options and the preferred audio device. You have to click on scan audio, and I've selected my headset, right? So that's the first thing you do. Second thing that you do is you have to put your flight plan in there. You can do a load and go pick up your flight plan that was exported by SimBrief or whatever, and then you bring it in, or you can just type it. It's advantageous to actually import the whole thing. But you can get away with just doing the departure, destination, and cruise altitude. You click on refresh, go to map, and then you'll see there it's actually drawn the flight plan for you. All right, so this is the theory behind the scenes. All right, now the theory inside of the cockpit is now what I'm going to do next. I just want to see what Andrew says. Andrew, Active Sky is not going to really affect your frame rates. What will affect the frame rates is the clouds that you use, the cloud textures, and the graphic settings in your system. But Active Sky itself, I'm quite sure that it doesn't influence you that badly. Obviously, if you go into a hell of a bad weather situation, you're going to find that you might drop 1 or 2 more frames. But just make sure you use, that's another thing, let me show you. In Active Sky, on the left here, you've got textures. If you go to textures and next, you select high performance textures, click next and install it. This is the cloud textures that I use, and it really doesn't impact my frame rates at all. All right. Okay, enough of that. Back to you, Hakan. Sorry for the interruption. All right, so on my secondary radio, 122.0 is your local airport. So if we switch that, we're going to listen together quickly.
Kilo, Mike, Delta, Whiskey, airport information. Kilo 1324, Zulu, weather, wind 314, at 7, visibility 4, sky condition, few clouds at 600, ceiling 2000, broken, ceiling 4200, overcast, ceiling 900, overcast, light, snow, temperature 0, dew point -2, altimeter 2994. Advise on initial contact, you have information. Kilo.
Right, so you guys on Discord obviously cannot hear that, but we've just listened to the
Kilo,
voice meter, and it's told us a whole bunch of things, including the altimeter setting to 994, and then we can just set it. Okay, so that's the first thing. Your first frequency is 122.0. Then you can go to 05, which will be your in-flight report. And then also you can go to 010, which is your destination.
Kilo Golf Romeo Romeo airport information.
Right, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but basically that is how you connect your active sky to your radio, and then you don't have to go and fiddle and try and find the information. You just listen to it. So sorry, you guys on Discord can't hear that, but that's how it works.
Thank you.
Okay, Hakan, let's
Would you like
continue.
to drink coffee?
Okay, I'm gonna continue.
Okay.
All right, so we'll just check the planning. Right, so we are now at number 9 in the itinerary, which is the FMC. All right, we're going to basically treat this then as a bit of an FMC tutorial. The big trick here for the guys who have joined late is we don't have a sit and a star at this airport, so we're going to have to really program it nicely and do what we can, and then fix the route as we go on. All right, so we're going to fly from get my details correct, hold on, KMDW is the origin. You have to put the origin in there, guys, and you have to put the destination in there, which will be Kilo Golf Romeo Romeo. Alright, so there's 2 ways of doing it. You can either import the company route that you've exported to your FMS output folder in your explain folder structure. Let me actually get that on here and show you guys. Alright, so that's fine, high flyer. Okay, the Zebo will read from explain 11 output FMS plans. If you put your FMS files in there, all you need to do is get the correct spelling, because if the spelling isn't correct, it's not going to import it for us. All right. So we're going to put KMDW, the Kilo Golf Romeo Romeo 01, and we're going to hit the company import route. All right, the reason I'm showing you company import route is this is the fail-safe way of programming the Zebo. If you are new to the Zebo, trust me, you're going to make a mistake when you do it manually if you do not know what you're doing. It's so easy to pick a coordinate of a VOR or a waypoint that's in the southern hemisphere while you are in the northern hemisphere, and you're going to keep on getting a insufficient fuel warning, and you're going to argue with me. I know I've got people who've done it, and it's just a matter of education, but trust me, it's just easier doing the company import route. All right, once you learn, you can go and do it.
Could you please open Notepad?
Can you please speak up a little bit?
Can you please open Notepad, which includes root?
I can, but why do you want to do that?
Just I want to see something there. If I see that, I will tell Extreme.
All right, this is the PFPX format, Hakan.
Okay.
Let me show you the other one.
Then, okay, I thought that it is SimBrief. Sometimes SimBrief calculates the flight level wrongly.
Okay.
You know, from
Yeah.
west to east, east to west, we use different kinds of flight levels. But I thought that you can change inside of Notepad without starting simulator.
Well, have a look here. This is now an exported file. I've done the exact same flight. I've exported with Navigraph. All right. So look at the difference in information that PFPX gives. That's PFPX. That's Navigraph. Navigraph, this is what me and McTrying were talking about earlier. Navigraph includes sit stars, everything. It's a way more comprehensive version of doing this. You understand? So
Okay.
That's just options available. What we are trying to convey to the users and viewers right now is that instead of making a mistake, if you are a new user, instead of learning the hard way, just import the route, because I'll show you what happens just now. So the next step will be we can put in our actual flight number 2798 and then we activate. All right, let's get Adobe back on screen. All right, so in our operational flight plan, when you go to routing and you look at that yellow line right there that's highlighted over there, it tells us we're going to fly from Midway runway 31 Charlie. So if we go to departure and we say depart, we know that there is no SID because it says direct. All right, so we can't use any one of these SIDs. We're going to go look for 31 Charlie, and don't be dyslexic. You need to make sure that you read the right one. So 31 Charlie and execute it. Lucian, let's see. Lucian, no. No, I haven't had that. I had a crash to desktop the other day live on stream, but that was related to my sound driver. But I haven't really got that. Yes, spawning salmon, you will get kicked every 5 minutes if you do not say something. You don't have to physically speak something, but just blow into your mic, breathe into it so that it actually keeps you alive. Otherwise, it thinks you've gone and made coffee and then it kicks you out of the room. That's a Discord default thing on this server.
Why I am speaking a lot?
Okay. All right. Okay, so that takes care of the departure for us. We're going to go look at our arrival. We know from looking at this document, we don't have an arrival. All right, but we've also got a bit of a trick there, which I will show you. So we're going to arrive on the runway 35 according to that line. So we're going to look for ILS 35. And I have absolutely no idea where my navigraph went to now. Let's go find it. Alright, now this is not something that you're going to know unless you've got a chart. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it to you right now, but basically, you can see there, the entry into the ILS is J Judd. That's the waypoint's name. And basically, that's our transition. So we're going to select J Judd and we're going to execute. Alright. When we go to the LEWKE page, we're going to have to now pay very close attention to what happens here. Otherwise, we're going to make a mistake. Right, so we're going to use this button, the map display button. We're going to turn it once to the right. So we actually get to the PLN position. This is the plan position. And then we can zoom in and out with this knob over there on that side. So we're going to step through the plan. And when we need to zoom in, we're going to zoom in. So basically, spawning salmon, that's fine. Enjoy. Thank you for visiting, and it was nice of you to join us on Discord. Right, so what this now does for us is it shows us the way that it thinks we're going to fly, and we need to make sure that it actually is what we want to do. So we're going to just zoom in a little bit there. Now, as far as I know, we don't want the hold. All right. And also, this actual VIO, that point over there, that needs to come in a different, what do we call it, order. It needs to be in a different order. Thank you, Danny. All right, so we're going to still keep on stepping, but you'll see it's going to jump back at us. All right, okay, the jump back wasn't that big. Usually it's a very big one, so I'm just going to step back there. All right, let me show you this visually on the chart. So that is VIO over there, and that's the runway. So the order in which our flight plan runs is kind of skewed out. We need to get that one either out of the way, or it needs to be in the correct position, you know. And currently what's happening is from GIJ, it goes to VIO, and then it wants to go into the hold at JUD. All right, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to get rid of VIO, and I'm going to go, again, looking at the chart, Caldo is the radar fix. Alright, so we're going to have JJUD, then Caldo, then the runway, and we're going to get rid of VIO. So what we're going to do is we're going to select Caldo, and we're going to put it on top of VIO to overwrite VIO, and then we're going to execute. So you see now we're going to come in from this side and then join the ILS at a very late approach. I mean, that's 5 nautical mile approach. So we're going to have to keep our wits about us so that the aircraft and us are on the same page and we actually don't lose it. So we're going to have to stay one step ahead of this aircraft. All right. We step through. We now get to see the go around. There's a go around with a hold. Mirsa, I'll send you a message on Messenger. We can talk about it on Messenger because I've got a couple of ideas. Alright, so as far as I'm concerned now, if we go back to the very beginning and we actually step through this plan, we don't have anything jumping back at us. The order is in the correct chronological and distance orders. There's nothing that's going to force the aircraft to turn back 180 degrees and try again. So I'm happy. We just have to make sure that we stay on track. Right, our next step is to go back to our normal display. What is very important here, guys, that you need to understand in this regard, you can clearly see there is no standard instrument departure. It literally takes the magenta line from the airport center point or whatever that point would be where it measures from. I presume it's the airport center point, and then it wants to go into a certain direction. So we cannot use LNAV for takeoff. It's not going to work. Very important that you know that if your standard instrument departure is connected to the runway, it's easy enough to use LNAV, but we're going to do a vector departure and we're going to help ourselves over there. Alright, our next page that we're going to look at, once we know that departure, arrival and the legs are all sorted, we're going to go to the preference initialization page. I'm going to pull that Adobe back on screen and talk you through that as well. Alright, so we're going to go to the weights first of all, and we need to make sure that our weights are as expected. So we're going to click on zero fuel weights to populate the initial weights for us. The first thing that I check is my fuel. It says 5.3, and if I go to my planning, it says 5.3. We know it's correct. Zero fuel weight 60.3. And there it's 60.4, and I've already explained to you the difference is the taxi fuel. Alright, so we're going to keep it at that 65.6 on the gross weight and 65.5 again. Taxi fuel is the difference. Alright, then we're going to go up. Now, SimBrief does not give you this line, or at least not in the OFPs, the operational flight plans that I've created there. But in my PFPX1, I purposefully made it. If you do not get this line, all I would suggest is take your final reserve fuel and your alternate fuel, those two together. And if you want to, you can obviously add the old fuel, but those two together should give you 1.9 roughly. Alternate plus final reserve, those two together should be around about that figure, rounded off then. Right, so we're going to put in 1.9 in the reserves, and the cost index is going to be 40 for this flight. Southwest can push it sometimes, so we're going to put 40. Right, the cost index is important for fuel burn. That will determine the efficiency of the engines. It will determine the cost to the company for fuel burn and the speed between point A and point B. So there's a whole story behind that. It's not important. You can Google the CIs of most companies. There's many lists on the internet. Southwest uses 40, Ryanair uses 6, Mango Airlines in South Africa uses 20. You know, just to name a couple that I personally know of and have flown for. So that's what it's about. All right, in terms of the planned fuel, I want to mention something to you quickly, which is a big tip, something else that you can write down. In a Boeing FMC, when you see a dotted line, it means the information is valuable but optional. When you see a box, it means your life depends on it. That's it, Chris. All right, so when you see a box, you need to fill it in. When you see a line, it's valuable but optional. So what I do, because of my own OCD and I like to do things thoroughly, is I go and put the plan fuel in there. And I mean, it's not difficult to find. There it is, 1357. So we're going to round it off. We're going to make it 1.4 and we just put it in there. All right, in terms of our cruise altitude, what you see there, that's the optimum cruise altitude, but it's not the max cruise altitude. If you want to see the max allowable cruise altitude, it's 386. So optimal is 16.3, max is 386. So if we go back to this page, we can actually then input our flight level being 210. Now, how do I know it's 210? Let's quickly show you. In your OFP, that SimRief will give you, unless you specified it, and if you left it on auto, it will obviously work out the best one for you. Then you read it like this. Under your ATC flight plan, you have the N is for knots. It's expecting you to fly at 418 knots. It's going to be at flight level 210, and then it gives you the rest of the information. All right, so we know it's 210. That's what we're going to cruise at. The winds and stuff we get from over here. So we can, again, we can skip this. It's not necessary, but I just like to do it thoroughly. So we're going to go 297 at 015. And then our ISA deviation at the top of climb is -9. And then we execute it. Very important, every time you see this execute button light up, you have to press it, guys. Don't think you can come back later and then do it. You're
Nico?
gonna forget. Yes.
It's not showing anything on the screen.
Where?
Why don't you enter the values on CDU?
I did. Hold on. I see what you mean. I don't know. Let me kill it
Yeah,
quickly.
there is a problem here because
Hold on.
all boxes are empty.
Yeah, hold on. I put everything in there. It's not capturing this thing properly again. Hold on. Thank you for telling me. But it's not capturing.
I thought that information you try to put there are...
Hold on. It's showing everything except explain. Hold on. We need to find out what's wrong. There you go. Guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. So I'm going to talk you through it quickly again. Lucian and Yoki, yeah, the guys just told me. I don't know what happened there. I had to recapture it, and there you go. Now it's working. All right, so we're going to start from the beginning. Sorry, guys. There's the fuel, 5.3 that we've got over there.
Nico, the problem I have with this is that you're using BFPX and I'm using SimBrief at the moment.
If you use the Lido format. This one that I'm using is basically the Lido format. You should get most of it. The only thing you're not going to get is this one about the reserves. I don't think it's in there. The rest should all be in there. It's exactly the same format.
Was a Lido format?
Yes, if you go into SimBrief on the right hand side at the top, where you fill in the blanks to create your flight plan, you'll see the format. There's a drop down list and you can select a Lido. I'm reading Zebo and I'm talking nonsense. The Lido, Lido. Sorry guys.
Yeah, done that.
Okay, so that's the same format. All right. Okay, so that's a good waste of 5 minutes, but let's continue. So we've got the 5.3. Our zero fuel weight is 60.4, and there it's 60.3. So remember, it's the taxi fuel that's different. Vasily, I'm using desktop capture only for Navigraph. I'm using the full screen capture, and I think what happened was, this is just what I'm thinking, is the desktop capture overlaid and didn't go away, so it's gone away now, so I'm happy. All right. Right, the next thing we want to check is obviously our takeoff weight, 65.5 versus 65.6. So sorry guys, I'm just repeating everything. Our cost index was 40. The reserves, like I said, is there, that one. All right, so we've put 1.9. Cost index is 40. And then obviously the flight levels. If we go to cruise, that button over there, you can see what the optimal is and what the maximum is. So we could actually go to 210, and that's just where all those things came from. So, all right, you obviously had a long look at the dashed lines, the little stripes instead of the little boxes, so I'm not going to repeat that. All right, our next page is going to be the N1 limit. Now this is something that SimBrief does not give you, and there's a whole host, one worse than the other, little programs that you can buy or download for free to get the information for the takeoff performance. There is an active thread on the forum where I tagged Zebo in himself to ask him if he would be interested in creating a performance calculator for the tablet. I'm hoping, but I've not spoken to him about it. I'm hoping he'll do it, because currently what happens is, because I use PFPX and my Topcat is integrated, I get this. Alright, that's my takeoff data that Topcat actually gives me. Now this you will not get from SimBrief. So what I would suggest for the SimBrief guys is, you obviously have to fill in the outside air temperature. There's two ways of doing that. Alright, you can physically read it. It says 0 over there. Alright, or you can just double click that little line over there, that line select key 1 on that side. Awesome, Ryan, can't talk to you right now, I'm just busy. Alright, so the next step obviously is we need to make sure we have the correct N1 setting. So because Topcat did my calculations for me, it actually says to use takeoff 1. It does not recommend assumed temperature. We're just going to leave it like that. But obviously there will be certain situations where you're going to have to need a SL temperature. But that's a whole discussion all on its own. So what I would suggest for the new guys, for the guys who just want to get in and get going, just leave it as takeoff. Make sure your N1 is about this, I would say anywhere from 89 up to 98. So you've got a fair leeway to play with, depending on the length of the runway and the atmospheric conditions. About 96 like this should be fine for any takeoff, just to get going. Alright, so we're going to leave that as is. Then we're going to go to the takeoff page. Alright, we're going to use flaps 5, standard takeoff. You either use flaps 5 or 10 in normal condition, so we're going to use 5. We're going to click on the CG to get the trim sorted for us. Dimitri, I'll show you later. Please remind me when we are in the cruise, because we do it in the descent page only. All right. I'm going to show you the next page in this takeoff performance anyway, and then you'll see there is a place, just one single line for winds. It's not the same as the Airbus, and then obviously it's got a very elaborate winds in the descent page, but keep on watching, you'll see just now. So for the beginners, if you're new to this and you just want to get going, forget about page 2 of this page. It's not relevant yet for you. You can learn about it later. All you need to do is click on each one of these little keys. It will then input the actual flap values. Flap values, V values for you to get the V1, V rotate, and V2 speeds. All right. So for us, for this tutorial, I'm going to show you this. This is page 2, Dimitri. So this is the one place where it asks us for the runway winds. All right. Now, nobody's going to tell me he knows how to get the runway winds in Explain. We've got METARs and we've got this. Alright, so in the climb phase, Dimitri, what I do is I set my switch to wind, and let me get rid of it a bit quickly. Alright, so we go and put this switch on wind, and this is the actual wind that is currently in effect on the aircraft. This is what the aircraft feels in the simulator right where it stands. So this is the closest we're going to get to actual runway winds. I mean, the METAR could be out by quite a bit. You know, so 313 at 005, and let me put the focus back there. Three one three 005. So that's the runway winds. All right, that's the closest we're going to get to setting performance winds stuff. Okay. Then we need to know the runway slope. So for that, guys, again, you can go to my private hangar below, you know, the little link in the description below the video, and then we can actually find this little tool that I created. All right, so there's the display capture. It's running again, so funny it bombed out earlier. All right, now what you need to know is you need to know the elevation at the beginning of the runway and the elevation at the end. You need to know the length of the runway, and then you can determine the slope. Now you're going to have to find a chart somewhere that either tells you, or you're going to have to find another source that tells you. So on the Navigraph side of things, when we look here, it says elevation is 612, so I need to actually just write that down to keep my head level and straight. So it says 612 on this side, and it is 607 on that side, so it's almost nothing. Alright, but we're going to do the calculation just to show you guys how it works. And then we've got 6522 in the length. Alright, so now we're going to put the information into this little calculator. 612, 612, and 607, and yeah, the runway length is 6522. Right, so we've got a downhill slope of 0.1%. I don't think you're even going to notice that, but anyway, we've done our bit. Now we can put that in there. So we're going to put a D 0.1% for the slope, and the next thing it asks us is the runway heading. So we're going to put the slash in there because we want the information at the back. All right, always start with a slash. And then what we're going to do is we're going to find on the chart again, it says that the runway heading is 318. And we're going to press that button. Alright. So if we had selected assumed temperature, it would have put it in there for us. There is no assumed temperature. We can at this point in time change our acceleration heights and the thrust reductions and you know, all these things can be set here. Or we can switch on the cutback, you know, so that's another option that Zebo is built in here. Also something we can discuss at length in a different stream. I'm planning on making a very, very nice tutorial on the FMC, and then we'll talk in great depth about it. Because we're just talking entry level and mid-range kind of stuff right now, we're not going to go into that
Nico?
right now. Yeah. Yeah.
My FMCs come up with verified takeoff speeds.
Yes. Verified takeoff speed will happen when you have put the V speeds in place, and then you go and change something over here. So if we go and change the heading, verified takeoff speeds, it basically forces you to go check your V speeds again. That's all it means.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure. Right, so we're going to go to that page and we're just going to make sure the V speeds are still correct. Alright. Alright, and that takes care of the FMC for us at this point in time. I see the temperature has changed on the outside, the windows cleared all on its own. Interesting. Okay. Well, let's look at our checklist quickly. The one thing that I did not do yet is to welcome the people, so let's just do that.
Welcome aboard. They're going to be underway shortly for the first leg. These three wonderful flight attendants, give them your attention as we push and taxi. They're going to give you plenty of attention en route. Enjoy the flights. We'll talk to you once you're aboard.
Alright, okay. So that takes care of that little formality. You don't have to do that. That's just a nice to have. I like to do it. Usually my PA announcement when I fly my own liveries and stuff is set to number 1, which is my old friend Jorge. So I've got him in the cockpit with me, and it's nice to hear his voice there. Yeri, yes, you have to. We're going to get to that just now. We're going to actually do that. You'll see. I'm taking this display capture off so it doesn't interfere with us again, and then we're going to go back to our checklist. Alright, so we've done the FMC, we've made sure everything is done. Then in terms of our pre-flight procedures, we're going to go and get a yaw damper on. Going to check the cross feed selector is off. We're going to check that all the fuel pumps are off. We need to make sure the cabin utilities, in-flight entertainment, these things are in the proper positions. They are both on. Let's move to this view. I did when I change the angle. Alright. Then we're going to look at the equipment, cooling and supply switches, which is this two over there. We're not going to change them. They're in the correct place. We can now switch the seatbelt signs on. Alright, we're going to check the wipers. They are in park position, so we're okay. Ignition, we're going to leave it on the right hand side for now. Alright, then we're going to test window heat. Alright, all our little lights work, and then we're actually going to switch them on. Alright, it's very important to switch on the window heat, not just for the sake of getting the frost away, but it also makes the windows a little bit pliable. So if you hit a bird, there's a good chance that the window is not just going to shatter in your face. You know, it just makes it a little bit more safe. So very, very good safety tip, that one. Alright, then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the probe heats are off, and we can actually just press that button and hold it for 5 seconds. Make sure we don't get a horn. That seems to be fine. Alright, then wing ice and engine ice. We have got all of them off. Then engine hydraulic pumps are both on, but the electrical pumps are off. Alright, now this brings us to an interesting situation. During normal operation, we can use the APU. So to switch the APU on, let me just change the view a little bit. We're going to press it, make sure our low pressure light comes on. I usually count to 3 and then I just press it. Alright, that is going to initiate a 35-second startup sequence of the APU for us. Quick question. Who of you would like to see the air starter to start the aircraft instead of the APU? Would that have any value for you? I can in fact show you all of the different versions, I don't mind. Alright, Andrew, I'll show you then. Guys, the question was just asked, do you want to see me do the air starter? Andrew says yes, Mersat says yes. So I'm going to use the normal APU story up to a point, and then we'll switch over to the air starter, okay? Alright, so for our purposes and for what we are trying to accomplish right now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to enable the APU, put that on the bus for us. Alright, that takes us to disconnect. In fact, no, I'm not going to disconnect. The checklist says to disconnect the GPU. We're not going to do that because we're going to run the ASU afterwards. Alright, so let's continue with that one. Oh, Krister, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you very much. So let's go back to our overhead. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to set our trim air. We're going to just set, you know, all of these knobs in the position where we want it to be. By default is fine. Don't even bother to change them. It's not going to make any difference. I'll show you the trim story just now, guys. Just bear with me. Okay, that's a very good point, Andrew. The Zebo conforms to the latest technologies and stuff, and the latest FCOM. You do not need a fuel pump for the APU anymore. Alright, if you're going to run, the FCOM says if you run it for extended period, but I have yet to see what extended period means. Nobody's been able to tell me, and I've asked quite a few people. I would say, just sucking my thumb, guessing a reasonable period to run the APU without a fuel pump would be less than 30 minutes. Alright, if you run it more than 30 minutes, you're going to have to use a fuel pump. That also brings us, let's go back to that section. Let me show you this. Alright, it brings, sorry?
A brief information. Sometimes your aeroplane is not on the gate. You park somewhere else.
Yes.
Therefore, you need to wait more than 15, maybe 30 minutes for ground service.
Yes.
In this case, if you are not on the gate, you can use the fuel pump switch on.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a kind of information.
Yes. Hakan, what I do, if you watch my streams, I wait until the last 5 minutes. I then enable my APU, so I don't need the fuel pump anymore. It's just not necessary in the latest models of the NG. So it's good to do that. you are going to prolong the little teeny weeny little pump that is built into the APU if you do that. But let's quickly look at what the FCOM also says. In terms of the newer generation NGs, what they've done is they've also given us another procedure. All right. The other procedure comes into play when you have fuel in your center fuel pumps. When your center fuel pumps contains fuel, you are required to use the left fuel pump, this one. All right. The reason for that is that will prevent an imbalance. So if you run for a prolonged period of time, whether you use this one or any of the other pumps, you're going to cause an imbalance in the fuel. All right, but the FCOM tells us for a short period you can run APU without a pump. If it's longer periods, you can use this one. All right, and there's a whole story behind that one as well, because the closest one to the APU is actually this one, but the guys hate working on it. It's difficult to get to it. It's more costly to fix and repair, so they all use the front one. All right, the forward one. So these are your options, and I've got it there in the checklist. You must just read it. So center fuel, that one, prolonged period, that one. Otherwise, if it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, you don't need it. I can do that, Dimitri. That's a very good point there. Okay, guys, so after starting the APU, you can actually see it's running there. I'm going to quickly just run through the checklist. Yeah, let's just do it as in a structured form. Then we'll talk about the duct pressure. Currently, you can see there's zero duct pressure. There's nothing happening over there. And what Dimitri is talking about is Zebo has locked down his code because of some unscrupulous users and people stealing it and doing all kinds of funny things with it. So if you get a livery that contains any assets that would clash with the Zebo, even old Zebo assets that's not useful anymore, what will happen is you will not get the duct pressure at all. And the moment you don't get duct pressure, it's usually livery related. You just got to remove the assets that shouldn't be in there and you're good to go. But how do we test this? Let's continue with this checklist, and then we're going to see what's going to happen. So what we're going to do, if the APU is running, the pack switches goes to auto. All right, the isolation valve stays on open. The engine bleed switches stays right where they are. I had an interesting discussion with Jorge, whose name I mentioned earlier. He's a real world 7.3 pilot and also the original Zebo test pilot. So great guy, great knowledge. He's been a mentor of mine for a long time. So yeah, anyway, that's the background. He complained with me one day and he said to me, don't touch those things. It's not meant to be played with. All right, so I had an argument, and I'll give you the argument, and then you can see what it was about. But if you follow the checklist and do it properly, it's not going to be a problem, and that was his argument to me. Just do it properly, then it won't be a problem. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to switch on the APU bleed, and the moment we do that, we need to get duct pressure. As you guys can see there, it's rising. All right, and what Dimitri again said about the liveries is if you've got any interference with the Zebo code, and it's not just liveries, by the way. If you go and mess around with the code, there's quite a few booby traps built into it. The moment you don't get your duct pressure here, go back to default, throw away the livery or fix the livery, and don't mess around with the Zebo code. So that will give you your duct pressure. All right. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to look at the danger this creates, just to give you a little bit of background knowledge. That little red light basically tells us that there is a dual bleed situation. Now that can be very dangerous. If you start your aircraft engines right now in this current configuration and you apply thrust to your engines, at a certain point it's going to blow back and it's going to kill this APU and create millions of rands of dollars of damage, so you don't want to go down that route. So before you start the taxi, you need to make sure that you're not in a dual bleed configuration, and the easiest way of doing it is just switching off the APU bleed, as easy as that. So it's all part of the sequence that we're going to go through. All right.
Don't worry, because you have already $55.
How can you too soft? I can't hear you.
Okay, no problem, nothing.
Say again.
I said that don't worry about the damage price because you have already started collecting 55.
There's another 15. Hello, blogs. Thank you so much, my friend. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, thanks for the joke. Sorry, you wanted to say something? Was it Dominic?
It was me, Paul.
Oh, Paul, yeah.
So basically, the whole story here is moving compressed air around the
Yes.
aeroplane to spin the engines around to start them.
Yes.
So you've the APU, the auxiliary power unit, is at the back of the plane. Is basically a small jet engine with a
Yes.
big compressor on it,
Yes.
and you're moving compressed air around.
Yes.
So these packs and valves open and close, this stopping and starting, are allowing compressed air around the plane in the place that you need it.
Exactly. And the trim air there at the top is the circulator. It makes sure that the front gets the same oxygen as the back, you know, that the guys don't pass out in one section.
Do you
And
like this? Sorry,
and the dual
Go ahead.
and the dual bleed is when the APU's generating compressed air, the engines have started and they're generating compressed air.
Yeah.
They're happy as long as you're not forcing it through, and you force the air backwards through the APU and blow it out the back of the airplane. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Then you're gonna blow it completely. All right. So that was the lesson that Jorge told me that I will never forget in my life. And just do it properly, man. Just do it properly. Anyway, there you go. Now I've told you the same story. All right, so that takes care of that one. Okay, the next very important thing, guys, to prevent hypoxia and all this other nonsense, we need to set the flight altitude, and we know we're going to fly at 21,000 feet, and we need to set the landing altitude of the airport on the other side. And how do we find that? Let's get the display captured again. There it tells us Kilo Golf Romeo Grand Rapids is located airport elevation 794. That's in feet, 794. So that makes it 800. All right. So
Nico, if you have a look approach chart, sometimes we observe different heights. Which one is the right to put or enter there?
Hakan, by asking that, we're going to split hairs, but I can tell you, I know what you mean exactly. There are different runways at the same airport with different elevations. Okay, I think that if you are within 100 feet of whatever the landing altitude is, whether it is now the runway or the airport, I mean, you're gonna land maybe 100 foot out, but you're gonna taxi to the terminal, you know. So uh, you can split hairs, but I would just use the airport elevation.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, where's my checklist? Let's see what's the next thing we need to do. All right, we need to make sure the little knob here is set to auto, otherwise it's not going to help, and you just don't touch any of the other stuff. That's the easiest way of doing it. All right. So the next thing we're going to do, guys, is we're going to look at our stabilizer trim. So going back to the trim, on our takeoff preferences page, it tells us on that CG the trim should be 4.81. So Dimitri and the other guys that were talking about it, sorry I can't remember all your names, I'll have to scroll back. That is the suggested trim value. All right. On the Boeing, 5 is neutral, it's the middle. All right, and there's a whole story about that. We're going to talk about it soon as well. And then what you need to do is get as close to 4.81 as you can, or a little bit higher. Now that is close enough for me to 5. I'm just going to leave it at 5. When I fly in the jump seat, I always watch these guys. They look at that value and they add a couple. They don't trim it fine. It's not a very finely tuned value. They always add a little bit more just to make sure that they get a proper good nose up position, not more than 50 points. Okay, so you can't go and put that on 5 or 6 and do funny things now. Sorry, not 5 or 6, 5.5 or 6. All right, I'm going to leave it at neutral because that's within 19.19 of where we should be, which is a nice little bit extra of nose up. Okay, nobody's going to stop you from trying to find 4.81, but I've watched the real world guys many times. They always add just that tad more. So hence I'm also doing it, you know. Again, not trying to be funny, just what I've seen, so I just replicate it. All right, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to look at the auto throttle and the rest of the things. So on the MCP, we're going to enable auto throttle. We're going to go for the captain's flight director first, then the first officer's flight director, and then we're going to look at our V speeds. In this instance, because it's a vectored departure, I'm going to use V2 plus 20. So we're going to use 167.
I heard that who one will fly very important for flight director. If first officer fly first, he switch on flight director,
Sure.
then captain.
Sure. Yeah, that's correct, Hakan. But I'm not flying from that side. I'm flying from the
Yeah,
side.
I know.
Yeah,
Just information.
I understand. All right. Okay. So we've got that set. All right. What will happen is after takeoff, we're going to wait until 1,000 feet. And then we're going to enable Command A. And you will see level change will kick in. And then we're going to bug up on our speeds until we get out of the flap speeds and on course, and then we'll go to VNAV. Alright, so that is the plan. Then the next thing we need to I can't remember these values, just want to check the runway heading, because we're going to fly on a runway heading 318.
Nico, could you please show your overhead?
Okay. What do you want to do on the overhead?
I remember that information, but there is a switch which is not used frequently. Just I wanted to give information. If you go to both, do you see from left and right between engine starters?
Say again?
Both.
Yes, both.
Nico, I
Yes.
think he's talking about the igniter switch.
Yes,
between the
there.
two engines.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you imagine today you are going to fly 2 legs. You can start with right. In the second leg, you need to take the left.
Yes.
This is the switch, but I don't know what is happening behind the scene.
Okay, McTrying told us the other day, it's about the first flight of the day. You always start on the right hand side because there's some or other something connected that's vital to have it that way. But I can speak to McTrying after the stream. That's getting too deep. We don't need to know that at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
Nico, if I can just come back to the trim wheel.
To the what?
To the trim wheel, when you have
Yeah.
to set your trim for takeoff.
Yeah.
What I've done is if you mouse over it and you start rolling your mouse cursor over it, it takes exactly 10 clicks to complete the entire circulation and entire circle. That's how I use. So that's why I use for trimming.
All right. Okay. No, that is so. The thing is just nobody in the real world that I've ever flown the Boeing with, where I've sat in the jump seat, has gone to exactly 4.81. They always add just that little bit more, and it works. I mean, I've seen it work.
Yeah.
That's how I fly every day.
Trim scale not sensitive too much.
No, it's not. As long as you don't go more than 0.5 over the trim limit, there's no point. Nothing that's going to stop you. But if you go and put 5.5 now, which is taking it to 0.8 over the limit, it's going to be a problem.
I wonder a point as a ex-Airbus pilot, I mean sim pilot, when you enter the trim value, you can observe what kind of value you enter the trim on the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it same in Boeing? Can you observe the trim number somewhere, or not for this Zibo? Maybe some max. I don't know. I don't
I
have
don't know.
any idea.
I don't know. I only know
Okay.
this one. I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So coming back, Dimitri, it doesn't matter whether you choose V15 or V20. I think that's an airline SOP situation or something like that. I just use 20. It's a habit. Um, The only difference is that little bug is going to sit in a different position. You know, it's 5 knots. I don't know if it's going to make a difference in any noise abatement procedures or what, but for me, it's much of a muchness. All right, Andrew, you say, how come only one FD light goes on for me, for you? Only the master goes on. Let me show you from the back. Only the first one that you switch on will go on. So if we switch the master off there, the other one goes on. If we switch the master on, we're going to have to switch this one off now. That one's master, and now we can put that one as slave. So it depends on which one comes on first. All right. Okay. What's next? What's next? Okay. Let's get that checklist. All right, okay, in this instance, we already discussed there is no standard instrument departure. There's no flight path from the runway to the first waypoint. There's just nothing. There's a line, but it's not a flight path. It's just, we're going to take off in one of these directions. I'm not even sure if it's that way or the other way. We'll find out soon enough. And then we're going to have to vector ourselves. So we cannot use LNAV. It's impossible. We have to use heading select. All right, so we're going to typically get a command from ATC that says to follow heading, the runway heading after takeoff. You know, that's just what we're going to do. So we're going to keep that one on. All right, we're not setting anything on the speed because we want the aircraft to understand. Once we are in toga mode, go past 1000. When we switch on command A, it needs to enable the level change for us. Otherwise, we're going to have to do it manually. All right, then what we're going to do is we're just going to put the correct value in here for our cruise altitude, and then we are done with the MCP apart from our RTO. That's the last thing we need to get. I think it actually comes later in the checklist, but I'm going to switch it on anyway. So RTO means rejected takeoff. All right, so in the event that we need to abort the takeoff, this thing needs to kick in. It needs to lift the spoilers, go into auto max brake, and stop us as fast as possible so we don't end up in the maize field at the end of the runway or in a pub or something. Nice story about the pub. We'll talk about that later. All right,
For
so
information,
yeah,
you can apply brake during takeoff after V1. Just up to V1,
yes.
you need to apply brakes. Then rejected takeoff will enter.
Yeah, the way I do it, Hakan, is I pull back, put this thing in reverse. The moment it senses that reverse, that thing kicks in and it does what it needs to do. So that's another way of doing it. All right, what's next? Okay, then we just need to make sure on our EFIS panel that all of these things are set up the way we want it to be. I like to have the data enabled because that gives me my Zulu times that I will estimate it cross each waypoint, you know, and so on. I don't enable much of anything else there. I just make sure that my scale is correct because I obviously want to see in which direction to turn, so we can actually lift that a little bit. We don't use VORs right now, so all I do is just switch them off. Makes the screen less cluttered. Let's see what's next. Right, we've got the altimeter set. Right, so before taxi briefing. All right, we need to close the doors. So there's two ways of doing that. You can either come and do it manually, or I've got control 5 and 6 that I purposefully made for myself as shortcuts. And yeah, you know, so I can just press control 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. Right, thank you, Chris. Thank you for that. You know what? A slip of the tongue is just that. You know, thanks for the helping. Right, it helps a lot. All right, so we've closed the doors. We're going to go to ground services, and we're going to call the beta pushback.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Alright, so the checklist tells us if you want to use the air starter unit to start the aircraft, you have to connect it now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to do that. We're going to get the air starter unit going. And I'm very proud of this unit, guys. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I'm very proud of this unit. I was there when Jorge made it, so it's a nice addition, and to know that I was there. Uncle John was also with us as a matter of interest. Okay, so ASU is running, the GPU is still connected. So I'm going to deviate kind of a little bit. Dimitri, yeah.
All right, looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
All right, what I'm going to do now is just quickly deviate a little bit from the old plan, and we're going to enter all of these little things. But now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to ground power, and we're going to switch off the APU.
So you're doing this to demonstrate an alternative supply of compressed air to start the engines. Yeah.
Correct. Oh, and the other thing I need to do is get rid of my ground handling guys so they can drive away. Alright, so the doors are closed.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Alright, thank you, sir. We shall kill the parking brake when we are ready. There is the ASU unit. Alright. So, we've connected back to ground power, we've killed the APU, and we have also lifted the APU bleed switch, so it's off. Alright, but you can see now the ASU is providing the duct pressure. Alright, so the APU is completely off. There's nothing happening on it. In actual fact, let's do this. Oh, wrong button. There you can see the ASU is off, no duct pressure. Versus ASU on. And then you can see the duct pressure is running. So everything is now coming from this baby over there. Where is it? There's the duct pressure. Okay, so I'm going to quickly skip through a couple of things here. There's the starter unit checklist. Alright, so if you guys use this checklist, just make sure you get to the right page. Everything is there, it's just a question of up and down a little bit. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to left and right back. We want to make sure they are off.
Nico, can I stop you a second?
Yes.
I need to go. I will PM you regarding the PFPX maybe tomorrow or something.
Sure, Dominic, that's fine.
Thanks for the video. I will be watching it later.
Hundreds.
See you guys.
Okay, tot ziens.
See you. For information, air starter unit and APU start different procedures.
Well,
please don't mix them, don't confuse.
Yeah, no.
For beginners,
Understand,
this is very important. Because if people take your chart, they will follow step by step if someone is beginner. Okay.
Yes.
You need to inform them because as I see, more than 35 people watching your video right now.
Hakan?
This is important.
I know. That's why I've got it in blue and red there. If you want to use the air starter unit to start the aircraft, you have to connect it now. Do not start the pushback until engine 1 is running. See ASU start procedure below. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
I've
know.
typed it, but they need to read it as well.
I know, but sometimes people so lazy, they are just following without reading
Sure,
anything.
I understand.
Just brief information because everyone wants to reach easily to the
Yeah.
final.
Andrew, that's a good question. The only reason you would use it is if the APU is not serviceable or if there is an APU restriction. I actually have read quite a few SOPs at airports where they give you such limited time to run the APU that it's more beneficial to just start the engines with the ASU. The noise abatement, or not noise abatement, but the noise pollution stories, at certain airports are a problem.
Believe it or not, I believe the air start side of an APU can be a malloid.
A what?
A mal in one of these carry.
Oh, yes.
As long
You
as the
elaborate.
generators work,
Yeah,
you can fly. So
yes.
you would use your air start if the air start side of the APU wasn't working.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, couple of scenarios there. And like Dimitri said, Vancouver, there's very limited APU time allowed, so it doesn't make sense to run the APU for a prolonged period. Also, you need duct pressure to pressurize your aircraft. So think about this. We are now sitting here. It's now 0 Celsius. It's freezing temperature. The people in the aircraft don't want to die when we close the doors because they suffocate and all these other things. So the guys would typically connect the ASU to get the circulation of air and everything going as well. So then what happens is the ASU is already connected. So why disconnect it to start the APU to start the engines kind of a thing, So it's a chicken and egg situation sometimes, and then you just go with the egg. Sentinel says the pilots, we are all pilots here, and pilots are not lazy, Hakan.
I don't think so. My experiences show differently.
Okay.
If you check the Zibo page on Facebook, you can understand what I want to say.
I know what you're saying.
Okay, I'm not a real pilot, but more than 20 years I spent for flights.
I know. All right, let's continue, guys. All right, so we now look at the isolation valve. The isolation valve needs to come to auto. So we did the packs. We did verify that we've got enough duct pressure. We need to have 35 to 40%, which is almost 40 there. So that's all good. All right, the ASU is on the right hand side. We do not want to cause injury or death. We always start engine 1 on the left, in other words, first. So now that we've got all this set up, what we're going to do is we're going to crank up this engine. Right, so you will see exactly the same as when you use the APU. There's the N2 building up, and then when it gets to 24, 25, we can lift the lever.
I read the news recently. Someone insert a coin to the engine.
Oh, it's happened 2 or 3 times in China in the last year, where the old ladies come past and they throw a coin into the engine for good luck.
I don't know why people do this. Really interesting.
It's old tradition and superstition, man. That's all. Sentinel says he makes a joke. He knows what you're talking about.
Nico, for the beginners,
Yes.
Just to confirm, there is no real set value for when you should engage of open fuel valves to the engines?
No, there is. There is. You can't do it below
I know.
22. It has to be higher than 22, and we prefer 24 or 25 on N2.
Okay, so it's at least some gap there.
Yes. The problem is if you put the fuel in too soon, you get a hot start and you have to service the engine. It's big bucks problem, that one. All right. Okay. So back to the story. Right. Now that engine 1 is running, we can put the generator on the bus. So now engine 1 is driving the power, all right, of the aircraft at this point in time. We can set the switch to continuous ignition, and we can disconnect the ASU and the GPU. All right. So that means there's no more extra equipment because everything is now running from engine number 1. At this time, you can either push back and then start engine 2, or taxi to the holding point and start engine 2 then only. So we're talking about a scenario where you taxi with a single engine. A lot of operators, and I think somebody actually told me the other day, United is one of them. And we were talking about Miami. The guys taxi with one engine. They don't taxi with two engines. So I'm not familiar with the actual procedures or the standard operating procedures of all these airlines, but this is something that I heard. So that's up to you whether you want to actually follow that or not. So see, I forgot to press the seatbelt twice. I only pressed it once. Anyway. All right. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set our timer on. We're going to set the squawk to TARA, and we're going to release the parking brake.
Here comes the pushback.
Alright, Dimitri, cool. Right, so what we have... Oh, come now. Is engine 2 is completely stationary whilst engine number 1 is really working hard. Sorry, I'm not used to doing this view, but you get the picture.
By the way, there is another information.
Sorry, Hakan.
I want to give you information. You see, there are two clocks in the cockpit. One of them in the left side, another one in the right side. I don't know which one, I mean pilot or first officer used which one, but one of them is used for
timing
gate
engine.
to gate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gate to gate. Another one is used in runway.
Yeah.
It is started on runway.
Yeah.
While you are entering the runway. For logbook keepers, this information can be useful because some people write logbook in virtual ambient.
Yeah.
So you can use those clocks.
Yeah. Okay, let me explain how I use it, then you will understand. Okay. I'm going to zoom in here so you guys can see it clearly. The top button. I'm going to stop this one. Clear
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Okay, the way the clock works here is...
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
The top one is minutes only. This is a chronograph. Alright, this is typically the one that I set when I do my VA flying. Alright, so what happens is I will set it in Virtual Ryanair, for instance, wants me to be on the ground for 20 minutes. So I only need minutes. Once the 20 minutes is up, I clear it and then I go elapsed timer. The elapsed timer has got hours included. So it's hours and minutes on elapsed timer, the one we have at the bottom, but the chronograph is only minutes. That's just a stopwatch, the top one. This is an actual elapsed timer, but that's a stopwatch, the top one.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Alright, so I'm going to start the engine right here, right now, and then we don't have to taxi with a single engine. But there are other things I want to point your attention to when we get there. Alright, so we've got all that from the guy. It's a very nice one. Very, very nice, Dimitri. I was thoroughly impressed with it. Alright, so there are a couple of things that we didn't do because I skipped some of the procedures. One of the things was we needed to enable our hydraulics. Alright, our brakes will not work in the real world if that wasn't set. Okay, so that's a bit of a boo-boo. Sorry, my bad. But it is set now. Alright, and yeah, that was about the only thing I did out of sequence. Now, let us start the other engine. So I'm going to get the checklist on here again. The checklist says to us, we have to increase the throttle on engine 1 to produce 30 to 35% of duct pressure. So if we look at the duct pressure now, we've got like 15%. So we need to increase the throttle of engine 1 to give us at least 30 to 35% duct pressure. That's a bit much. You guys will just have to fiddle with it a little bit. Alright, so there we've got the duct pressure that we need. You can see the one is pushed a little bit forward, and then we basically do the same start procedure as always.
Since we have asked and commented too much, Nico forgot hydraulics.
Hakan, you're going to have to
our...
speak up. Speak up in your mic, please.
I said that since we talk a lot and ask too much questions to you, you forgot hydraulics.
Yes.
This is not your fault, this is our fault.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are talking about real world procedures. Remember, we're in a flight sim now, so the guys can obviously reproduce real world procedures with that one. For me, it's about timing how long I'm on the ground, so I stay within the bounds of Ryanair, and then secondly, you know, just to elapse my time from the push. That's all that I use it for. All right, so we've got power on the bus. We go to continuous, and then we can switch on our pitos, and we can do our packs as usual, and that takes care of our startup phase. Alright, the one thing we need to do is bring back the other one to idle. We don't want to run at so many such a high performance, so we use too much fuel. Okay, what you will also now see is we've got an imbalance of 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms, well, now 9. It's not the end of the world, but there's obviously an imbalance because we've used some of the fuel from the one side there, obviously. All right. Okay, there are a couple of things we need to do. What I am going to do is I'm going to put away my engine data onto the upper display unit. Then I'm going to click this button. I'm sorry, I was really supposed to use the 4K version, then we could read it. At least the 2K version doesn't have the same resolution, but that's where we can now do our controller checks and make sure that everything actually works, and once we're done we can actually stow that as well. Alright, so I'm going to use my taxi lights, going to switch that on. The one thing we haven't done is the flaps, but I want you to please listen to this. Alright, our outside temperature is 0 degrees Celsius, and the meter tells us that we've got snow. Alright, we can't see the snow, it's definitely not snowing on the airport, but just because it's now been reported and we might actually fly into it and all these other things, the relative humidity, if you look at the actual METAR, let's go back, put the METAR on the screen. Yeah, relative humidity, according to what I see there, is about 98%. So there's a lot of moisture in the air. And because there's moisture in the air, there's the risk of icing. All right, so if we look at the checklist, it's now telling us between 1 and 10, there's one thing that we need to do, and below 0 or 0 and below, there's something else that we need to do. So we need to just find the one that's applicable to us. All right, so engine ice and wing anti-ice, all right, is supposed to come on. All right. Then we need to understand that we need to taxi with flaps up, okay, because slush accumulation is possible due to water and precipitation at low or falling temperatures. All right. The other thing is, wing and anti-ice must be on during all ground operations between engine start and takeoff when icing conditions exist or are anticipated, unless the airplane is protected by the application of Type 2 or Type 4 fluid in compliance with approved ground de-icing. And this all comes from the FCOM. All right, so we're going to taxi with flaps up, and we're going to have our anti-ice on as long as we are on the ground. All right, now the de-icing procedures, all right, is actually supposed to happen now. We've got one of two choices. We can either do it right here where we stand in the taxiway, all right, or we can go to a de-icing bay. We've also got another option. We can do it the flight simmer way, which is according to this page over here, or we can do it according to the actual FCOM, which is this page over here, the advanced version. All right, so what we're going to do, I've shown the flight simmer way of doing things a couple of times now. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do the whole de-icing procedure according to the FCOM, just to make it a nice tutorial.
Yes, you're going to, after the stream, you're going to come up with an index of where relevant parts of it are, aren't you?
Yes.
So we can
Yes.
look back at it
Yes,
when
yes,
we're
yes.
especially interested in certain sections. Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. Now, I'm looking at my chart. I don't see an actual de-ice bay highlighted as such. I might be missing it because I'm obviously now in a hurry, but what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to try and do it right here where we stand, you know, not to make it difficult. All right, so the procedure goes as follows. All right. In actual fact, where's that chart? Maybe we must just taxi a little bit forward. Yeah, let's just taxi a little bit forward. Let's just get kind of out of the way. Woo! We just had a power dip. Guys, if we lose electricity, I apologize. I would really,
Oh dear.
I would cry, but we just had a power dip. Fortunately, we didn't lose the stream and everything. Yes, still, yeah, that's the same checklist I'm using. I'm going to be cheeky. I'm going to try and do it right here. I'm not sure if it's going to work here. Then we'll have to find a different place. But let's just try it. So we're going to pretend this is the base. So I'm going to put my parking brake on. All right, I just want to get that tiller back in place. That's fantastic. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. All right, so what it says now is we need to run up the engines at 70% N1 for 30 seconds. I'm going to just deduct about 10 seconds there. So we'll let it run for another 20.
Be careful, flaps are up
Yeah,
position.
I know. They're supposed to be. Right, so then we're going to go to idle. Right, the APU is off. We know that. Flaps must be up, checked. Thrust levers idle, checked. Stabilizer trim needs to be at 5 because that is the neutral position. That means that when you look at the actual tail, the gaps are now at their smallest. So the chances of anti-ice fluid going in there and killing the people, because it actually ices up eventually, is now limited. And this is a procedure that you'll find in the FCOM 2014 and newer. And it took an incident with Norwegian Air for them to rewrite the actual procedure. So it's again FCOM based. So that's what we want. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go engine bleed air switches to off because we don't want to inhale all that fluid that they're going to spray. All right. What did you do now? Okay. APU bleed air is off as well. Then on the tablet, we're going to just start the de-ice. Going to take the Adobe away quickly so you guys can enjoy it. Okay, Chris, we'll talk later. Thanks for your help, buddy. I appreciate your input here. Yeah, it's not good. This is our government's way of telling us that we're going to get you tomorrow. I'm so tired of this nonsense. Alright, guys, this is fluid type 4. It will give you a 45-minute hot situation. Once you get airborne, the 45 minutes rapidly diminishes, and then you are supposed to use your aircraft anti-ice systems anyway. But this is so far so good. Yes, it does, Andrew. Zebo was very good in the programming side of things to actually make it count. So like I said, it gives you 45 minutes hot, otherwise you're going to have to do it again. So he's done quite a bit of magic. We've had a guy, one of our group members, actually had a crash because he didn't follow this FCOM procedure. He didn't think it was necessary either, and then he came back with a big smile on his face, and we all enjoyed it very much when he said, man, he never knew it was so realistic. So yeah, it definitely makes a difference with the Zebo. Right, this procedure, I'm not sure if I actually said, but it will take 3 minutes to complete, and it will stop all on its own. Dimitri, everyone that's involved with the Zebo works for free. If it's not for your donations, we get nothing, and I appreciate what you guys did for me this evening in terms of that as well. But yeah, we do it for the love of it. That's all. All right, there you go. So now coming back to the FCOM, I'm going to run this. I don't know why it's flickering. Sorry. Seems I have to have the screen in a certain place. It says now we have to wait 1 minute after de-icing is completed before engine bleed switches are turned on to ensure the de-icing fluid has been cleared from the engines. So we're going to have to wait a minute and then we go back to normal. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, damn. It doesn't happen all the time, Dimitri. It's just annoying when it does, eh? So we're almost there.
It's not flickering, it's intermittent cataracts.
Oh, you think? Hello, Cody. Alright, so the elapsed timer is actually still running. I forgot it actually works in conjunction. So that's fine. Alright, then that's 1 minute later. We can now switch on our engine bleeds and the pressurization can happen. You can see the wing anti-ice came on. According to the FCOM, as you guys, sorry, I need to put that back on screen. As you can see there, it says wing anti-ice must be off during all ground operations after the fluid has been applied. So wing off, engines remain on. Right, we have not set our flaps yet because it's not supposed to be set. Hakan? Alright, let's just check. Let's have a look. See, I think everything is correct and we can continue. Let us get the chart on board so we can actually...
Did you call me, Nico?
No, I just said I'm not setting the flaps yet because we are not supposed to set it yet.
Okay.
Alright, so let's get this Adobe off screen. Christer, Zebo made it 45 minutes. If you do not take off within 45 minutes, you have to redo the procedure in the Zibo mod. Check this guy, he's dicing me, he's winning. Check this truck. Check. Hey.
Sometimes the icing line can be too long in some
Yeah.
the airport.
Yeah.
And it makes the flights delayed.
Yeah. Okay, I need to actually go outside and see how to taxi. Yeah, it looks like GTA almost. Let's quickly just see how we need to taxi now. So we need to pass this runway. That's our runway. Alright, so where are we? Okay.
Someone says looks like GTA. I don't accept this. This is simulator.
Andrew, I use a plugin called Scenery Animation Manager. It is a new thing. So what it does is it's a new generation version of the auto gate first of all. So you've got the auto gate thing. And secondly, it has a component that you download separately, which is about 8 gigabytes in size, which is called the Winter Library. And I will show that to you just now. I'll show you how that works in a second.
Are you in a winter mode?
Yes, I'm in winter mode, yes. That's why the trees are all white. You'll see when I take off, everything is winter. Dimitri, I use X organizer and I disable as far as it will allow me. I disable the ground traffic because there is a limit in X-Plane that not many people know about. And if you have too many of them, there are certain things that won't work. So I try and trim them as much as possible. Clearly, I didn't do it on this airport, so we'll get there. All right, so we have now reached the actual runway. So now we need to look at the runway entry procedure. Right, the runway entry procedure starts with normal. The one thing that we need to do is we need to tell the people in the back we're ready. So, all right. So according to my tablet settings, my wing light is the PA announcement to the back. Then this lady comes and then she closes the door. See, she's just closed the door for us. All right, so that's the first thing that we do. Then there's a condition which I'm not bothered about because I know we don't have any center fill, but if you are going to simulate to this level of reality, it's nice to know that you should put your center fuel pumps off if you have less than the allotted amount of fuel that's mentioned there. We're going to skip that, not important. Then we go for landing lights, runway turn off lights, taxi off. Those things are on continuous. And then we need to go to our position light and it needs to basically become the strobes now. So we should have the white strobes flashing. And we do. It's perfect. All right. The wing lights can come off because it's daytime. Wing lights are really just useful at night. It means nothing to us right now. So we're just going to switch that back off. Then I put the rain radar on the far side and I put the weather radar on this side. Alright. We need to make sure that our transponder is on. That's perfect. We have traffic signal there. It's traffic on the ND. And then what we're going to do is taxi into position. No, we're not. Additional, hold on, Hakan. Additional runway entry procedure for 3 degrees and below. What we need to do is again the run up. We're going to push to 70% for 30 seconds. Sorry, Hakan, say.
Airport autopilot disengage switch please check.
Thank
No,
you.
not that one.
Then I don't know what you mean. I obviously pressed the wrong button on my yoke, but anyway, that's sorted. That's not a problem. All right.
I know.
Okay, so there we go. That's the 30 seconds. All right, so any ice that has been accumulated has been shaken loose. It's gone through the engine and we are now ready for takeoff. We're going to go flaps 5 for the takeoff and then we're going to take off as usual, and that means we're going to taxi into position, bump up to 40% N1 or above and hit the toga button.
Approaching 3-1 center.
I'll remove the Adobe just now, guys. Just want to get onto this runway.
On runway 3-1 center.
There was flickering earlier when I looked in a certain direction. I don't see it right now, Vasily. Right, so there goes our Adobe. We are almost correct. I see we're a bit skew. Why is that? Alright, there we go. Now we're facing runway heading. I'm gonna pull back. Then, as usual, just gonna push it a little bit, and once it goes past 40, we will engage toga. And remember, guys, if you don't have a toga button set, the mic button is toga. Do not use N1 for toga. It's not toga. You want to have the actual takeoff and go around mode enabled. This wind is nice. I can feel it.
V1, rotate.
Alright, there we go.
Positive rate.
Gear up. So what we're going to do is follow that flight director best to our ability, and we're not going to go beyond a 20-degree angle. Alright, so that's 400 feet. We're going to wait for 1000, which should be around about there. And then we're going to go for command A. And you will see now what it's following is heading select, level changes come up, and the aircraft will now pitch the nose down and up to maintain the speed that we request from it. After you lift your gear lever, it's very important to put it in the off position. Otherwise, if you have a hydraulics bleed, you're going to pump the hydraulic fluid out and it won't work when you need to lower the gear. That's why I showed you those little pull wire lever things at the back where you got to pull the wires to get the gear down. The next thing is we need to take it off RTO, and we need to just make sure the auto brakes are set to off. Our next thing is we need to now find out which way to turn. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn left. So I'm going to start my turn like this. I don't say set trim. What would I say? Now I've just done it. I say gear up and off. That's what I say. Let me type it for you. That's what I say. Alright, the trim needs to be set before the time. Yeah, look at the snow. Eh? This is really, really awesome. Now we can't even see it anymore. Damn. Okay, we'll wait for opening. Alright, the next thing we want to do obviously is just try and get into the direction of that little waypoint, or as close to as possible to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bump up my speed now to 210. So that we can just lower the nose a little bit, get speed, and start lifting our flaps. Otherwise we fly very uneconomically. So what we're going to do is I'll just turn onto that path over there. No, I don't touch the trim after takeoff. The moment the autopilot comes on, or even while I'm flying it, the trim remains where it was before takeoff, Christer.
If you fly with Cessna, for example, in a training purpose,
yes,
you can use trim by yourself.
That's correct.
To implement an autopilot by.
Alright, so I'm bumping up to 220, and once it goes beyond the up function, guys, remember, I'm going to pause the sim quickly. This is your tape on the side. Alright, when you are between 1 and up, that is where you need to be flaps 1. When you go above up, you must be in a clean configuration, no more flaps. When you are below 1, you need to be at flaps 5. Alright, so please, you need to know how to read this as well, and this will greatly help you to use the flaps correctly and not rip them off, because the guys are famous for doing that in the Zebo. So I had to just pause it to tell you guys that quickly. Alright, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to go to my legs page. So LEWKE is my next waypoint. I'm going to select, LEWKE. I'm going to select it and then click execute. Then I'm going to go to LNAV and VNAV, and now the autopilot will take over from here. So it's going to turn us onto the path and we can continue, and I can now lift my flaps. So LNAV and VNAV has now taken over. And very importantly, this maneuver, this whole takeoff maneuver, is because we did not have a SID. If we had an actual standard instrument departure at this airport, I would have gone LNAV, VNAV from the beginning, and once I go past 400 feet, I would have hit Command A, and problem would have, been solved. It would have flown from there. So just make sure you understand the difference between that. Alright, so there is no such thing really as a climb checklist or such. But in my checklist you will see I've got the after takeoff checklist and I've got the climb checklist, and there's a couple of things that we do. So after passing 10,000 we're going to kill the lights and we're going to kill the ignition. When we are clear of the clouds, we're going to switch off the engine anti-ice. While we are still semi in the clouds, I would prefer to just keep them on. Well, let's see if I can explain that one easily. Let's just check everything is done. Oh, we can also release the passengers now, that's fine. Alright, so the heading is what you're going to set the aircraft, your desired heading that you want to fly into. Whereas the course, I think, and I hope I've got it the right way around, is what it's actually flying. Is it now the other way around? Can I get back to you on that one? Let me just make double sure. I really don't want to lie to you. But in terms of the ILS, it's actually easier to tell you. The course is the heading that you have to fly on to intercept the ILS. So that's what is desired. Whereas the heading is what the actual aircraft is doing. Now that I explain it that way, that makes more sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Runway course, airplane heading.
Yes, correct. Runway course, airplane heading. See, I just had to think about it quickly.
Well, and that's easier to understand in an ILS perspective as opposed to a VOR, you know, because you get into VORs and you got to worry about inbound and outbound radials
and those kind of things.
Adding and subtracting 180 degrees, and that's not fun.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, another thing that I've picked up from the real world guys. If you look at the ND, there's an upside down triangle over there. That is the actual nose of the aircraft where it's pointing to. So what the guys do is they usually they track it with the heading bug the whole time. Alright, so that the heading is always on the nose. Now when you get a crosswind like this, you can already see there's a deviation between the actual track and where the nose is pointing, so we're already crabbing a little bit. And the stronger the crosswind is, the higher the crab will be, so the bigger the deviation will be, the bigger the space between that triangle and that line over there. So that will be your crab angle.
For beginners, ND means navigation display.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Arkan.
You know, sometimes I join some meetings. Experienced guy talks with short vocabularies.
Yeah.
Really difficult to understand to connect the point sometimes. So even if something is easy here, I want to contribute. Okay?
Of course.
Please don't misunderstand.
I appreciate that. You're back, Paul.
Thanks for that.
Nico, there are lots of questions tonight. Will make you tired.
That's fine. Sentinel, I will definitely explain the star chart for you. There is no star, by the way, but I'll explain the ILS chart for you. The star is irrelevant. There is no star. And this is partly why I'm doing the stream this way, because it's all about vectoring and heading select, really.
1,000 to go.
Okay, Nico, I'm not in front of computer for a while.
I can't hear you, Hakan. You have to speak up.
I said that I am not in front of computer for a while. When I back, I will inform you.
Sure. Alright, guys, one thing that happened very quickly, which I didn't talk about, was the fact that we got the yellow notification there that we've gone through our transition altitude, and what we had to do was press standard. When you fly above the transition altitude, and that's also an whole teaching on its own, you have to fly on standard altitude. So for the new guys, please remember that. Maybe go Google a little bit about transition altitude, because the moment you go past that, we're talking flight levels, and it's a totally different ball game. But just remember that once that goes yellow, you need to go to standard. Alright, the top of descent is basically on top of us. So what I'm going to do, in fact, let me just find my VA. I just killed my VA flight. I'm going to pause too many times now. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to quickly pause here, and I'm going to bring that chart up so I can explain to you guys. Okay, the first thing, Sentinel, that I look for is my interception altitude for my ILS. So that's 2,500, 2,500 feet. Okay, that is the value that I'm going to dial in on my MCP, so that when we get to the top of descent, that the aircraft will actually start the descent automatically. So we're going to take the 2,500, we're going to dial it in. 2,500. Okay, that also buys us time, to do what the other things is that we need to do. The next thing that we're going to look at is going to be our minimums. So in this case, we have two options. We can use the radio altimeter at 122 feet. The RA is for your radio altimeter. Or we can use the decision altitude, which is MSL, above mean sea level. Right, so above sea level, it's going to be 890 feet. All right, so that's the next thing we're going to do. So what we do is we go to radio at the top there on EFIS. We have to set it to radio. And then we're going to start turning that knob, and we need to get to 122. Wow, that's fast. You just move it slightly and then it jumps. 122. Alright. If it was the barometer, we're going to go to use barometer for decision altitude, and then we're going to move it a couple of times because we need to get to 890.
For beginners again, these charts are different from airport to airport.
Yes.
Individually.
Yes.
You can use as a constant procedure for any airports. Okay, that means you need to read some documentations to understand the different kinds of approach or any other airfield procedure.
Dimitri, that is correct. That's why I purposefully said this chart makes provision for Cat 2 ILS, So we've got the option. We can either go for the radio or we can go for the decision height. It's on Cat 2, I would prefer to do the radio. So while Hakan was talking, I was just showing the guys the barometer version of doing the minimums. But for our purposes tonight, I'm going to use 122 on the radio because we're going to do the Cat 2 ILS. All right. Okay, so we've got the minimums here.
If you know, I don't remember this information. What's difference between Cat 1 and Cat 2? I remember Cat 3. But
it's the minimums. It's the minimums that you can go down. Cat 1 is the first version of a precision approach. Cat 2 is more precise, and Cat 3A is more precise, and Cat B is full auto land. That's how precise it is. So that's the differences. It's the precision and your minimums changes. The more precisely that equipment is, the less your minimums will be. So if this was a Cat 3B full auto land one, there wouldn't be minimums. You don't set minimums. If it's a Cat 3A, it would have been 50 feet minimums. You understand? So depending on the equipment that's installed, it will get better and better and better. That's the difference.
Okay, for example, I am a pilot. A runway includes both Cat 1 and Cat 2. What I need to choose according to what?
According to the weather, according to your minimums. If you look at your runway visual minimums, I'm not sure if this actually shows it. Yes, RVR is okay. This is 1,000 or 1.2 miles or something. How do you read this? This is the American version. Sorry guys, I'm not familiar that much with the American one, but this is a fraction of something. So it's either 1.2 miles or something to that effect. I'm guessing 1.2 miles. So if you can see the runway within 1.2 mile, you're okay. That's your runway visual requirement. But I'm not sure. I don't know how to read this one, to be quite honest. I'll have to go check the JEP description for it. But that's what you look for, the RVR. On the European charts, it gives it in meters. So if that is in the European one, it would have been 120 meters. But that's a bit low. That doesn't sound right. Okay. So you look at your RVR. That's your runway visual requirement. At that point, you need to see the runway or you need to go around. Lucian, there's a big difference between the arrival and the approach. The arrival is the actual star, so that thing can be like 100 miles in length. The actual approach is either an ILS or an RNAV or something to that effect. It literally is the last 10 miles down to the runway. So that's the big difference in terms of the charts that you get. Your star can be, for instance, Boston and New York. There is a star that runs almost from John F. Kennedy right down to the approach for Boston. And I mean, that's a hell of a distance, and that's a star. So that's your arrival. And then your approach is literally the last 10 miles.
Oh, Dimitri.
Yeah. All right. Okay, guys, the next thing we need to do, and we need to get going because time's running out now for the landing. We need to have the ILS frequency. So it's 111.90 or 0.90, depending on where you talk in this world. And the final approach course, according to the chart, is 357, but we're going to check it against the Zebo database. So what we're going to do, and by the way, it's gone yellow again, so we need to press the standard button again. And now we're on the local QNH, which we don't know what it is. We'll find out shortly. Alright, what we're going to do quickly is go to the INET reference page, and we're going to use flaps 30. That's 146. We're going to just press it twice, so it puts the flap speed and approach speed in there for us. Right, then we need to just check this 357 is correct, so we're going to have to turn this to 357. Alright, and 357. Come on. 357, that's the approach course, and we said the ILS is 111.9. So what we're going to do is 11190. We're going to input it into the ILS section, 11190 into the ILS selection there. Alright, so they're active, which means now we've got LNAV, VNAV is on, the reference is set for our landing, we've got the minimums, and now we can quickly listen to our ATIS.
Kilo, Golf, Romeo, Romeo, airport information, uniform 1453, Zulu, weather, wind 306 at 5, visibility 10, sky condition, ceiling 3400, overcast, temperature 0, dew point -3, altimeter 2989, advise on initial contact, you have information, uniform.
All right. Thank you, Mirsad, for helping me there.
Kilo.
It's, talking about that RVR 1.2 is 1,200 feet. All right, that makes pretty much sense to me now. Okay. Good. So we have got everything in place. Now I want to quickly tell you a couple of other things. Alright, remember in the beginning of this video, we spoke about the two very important settings that was the minimum requirements for flying the Zebo in my book. And now it doesn't work if it's paused. Throttle noise lock was the one, but now we're going to talk about the auto throttle engage lock throttle that is on. When we do the VNAV story in Zebo, we do not want our hardware throttles and the throttle setting to interfere with the VNAV code, because we could get the speed runaway and all these things. So anyway, what needs to happen is that auto throttle engage lock throttle now basically disregards any input from our controller, but the moment you see the word arm on your primary flight display, these things are alive again. Alright, so you can see that it had an influence, and immediately Zebo caught it and he said, you need to retard. You see there, it pulls it back because we are now interfering. Alright, what happens is when it goes into FMC speed mode, it will totally lock out our hardware throttles. We can move it any which way and do whatever we want. You have to just take, what's the right word? Take note of it. You know, remember this when you do your VNAV up or down, but especially coming in your descent. Make sure that you either go to idle or you have that setting on, and I prefer having that setting on because it limits the time that the Zebo will listen to your throttles and giving you a much more perfect VNAV path down to the bottom. Alright, so that's a bit of technical info. Some of you will understand what it means. If you don't, we'll work on it later with you again, but it's very important. And then obviously under 10,000 feet, please use the speed brake if you have to. Like now, we are way over speed. So we need to come down to 240, and the only way right now is to pull the speed brake. Right, there's one page I did not tell you guys about, which is kind of not relevant for the USA really, but I'm going to show you anyway. If you click on the descent page and you go to forecast, you will see the transition level is set to 18,000 feet, which is what the US uses. But if you fly in any other country where the transition level varies, you're going to have to get it either from ATC or you're going to have to get it from your charts. Alright, so what you need to do then to get your actual prompt to turn yellow and to make you press the standard button, I'm just going to use a fictitious flight level. I know this is the US, guys. I'm just using it as an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, where are we now? I'm going to say 065. So at 6,500 feet, it should go yellow. All right, so whatever your chart or your ATC guide tells you for your transition while you are descending, it has to go into that little line over there. You find it by clicking descent and forecast, and then you have to execute it. And then you'll see, and hopefully it will do it. It's already done it once, but hopefully it will do it again now. Once it goes yellow, all you need to do is to press the standard button. Dimitri, there is an RVR for takeoffs as well. It is on the chart usually, and I was actually looking at it earlier today for this airport. Yeah, you just got to find it and look at it. You see there, it's gone yellow. It's just prompted us at 6,500, and now we can press standard. So guys, if you fly in any other country other than the US, click your destination, click forecast, make sure you put the transition level in there so that this thing reminds you to go to your local QNH. And now I need to reset it to 989.
By the way, translation level and transition altitude is different terms and confused too much in the aviation.
Yeah, don't worry about it now, Hakan. Don't worry about it now.
I know. Sometimes we see translation level on charts written by ATC.
Yes.
In this case, you can look at the translation altitude and put 1000 more and start switch your QNH from standby to another.
Hakan, we don't want to confuse the guys right now. It's not important.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Alright, so we are fast approaching the runway there. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually we're about 10 miles out from that intercept. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull the first flap right now and allow the aircraft to slow down a little bit more. Right, the one thing that we did forget is the auto brake. I'm going to use auto brake too. Let's just check this runway length. Yeah, it's okay, it should do. Hello Andrew, and welcome to the stream, buddy.
Nico, by the way, runway is icy. In this case, your landing rate can be higher.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. You don't need to smoothly. The uncomfortable landing can be acceptable in icy conditions because of.
Okay guys, another tip from my side. Please don't use flaps to slow down this aircraft. You will rip them off. That's the way it is. Please use your gears. If you still find that you are too fast, please let your gears down, and that will really break this aircraft very fast. If you are operating flaps in the yellow band at the top there, you should be fine. The moment you go over into the red band, the flaps is definitely going to come off this aircraft, so don't kill yourself in the process. Please make sure that you read this tape correctly and use the flaps accordingly and stay out of the red.
1,000 to go.
Right, there's the airport. The moment has come, I'm going to let the gear down, flaps 15. It's good to use, Lucian, it's good to use. But instead of focusing there, you might as well just read the tape over here. I mean, there's your green indicators for your flaps anyway, so all good. It should all fall in place. You must just read it from the tape. Right, I've gone to flaps 30. We are in landing configuration. I need to check speed brake is armed, auto brake is armed, our lights can be set. I'm going to use approach. Hold on. I can't concentrate on too many things.
Roger, sir.
You see, now I've missed my approach. You see there, the glide slope has gone under me because I was doing too many things at once. Let's see if it catches up. I'm not sure if it's going to catch up. No, it won't. So I'm going to go off the autopilot and off the auto throttle, and then we'll just fly it in by hand. Guys, very important. You need to intercept the ILS while that glide slope is above the center line there. Otherwise, this happens, and then you have to take control.
While you are approaching, I want to say something.
Hakan, but you got to fix your mic. You are so quiet. I'm not sure the guys can actually hear you, eh? Your mic is very quiet.
While you are approaching, I want to say something. What you do tonight is not easy job.
No, it's not.
You are explaining and also controlling at the same time.
Yeah.
In this case, if you, please, I'm talking about the participants right now. Please don't try to find fault. Instead of it, focus on what you need to learn. Okay?
Yeah.
Because Nico spent lots of energy and efforts to improve our abilities about the flight simulation here tonight. Okay?
Well said.
Just I wanted to tell you, please don't try to find mistakes, because this is not an easy job. If you want, you can try what you can do by yourself, okay? To understand how this situation is serious.
Thank you, Hakan. Thank you very much. Yeah, guys, well, enough said. Let's try and land this puppy now.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Very nice.
Thank you so much. So at 18 knots, we can pull back on the reverses, cancel them out, and then we go to manual braking. Then we're going to lift our speed brake. That was automatically extended, and we're going to just get off this runway over here. Thanks, guys. I'm just going to get my tail out of the way. Alright, so now we've landed, and now the rest of the checklist comes into play. Let's get that on the screen here. Yeah, you must practice. You must practice. Alright, so we've gone through a whole bunch of things which we didn't even talk about because this flight is just too short. And I'm just too tired, guys. It's been a long day, but I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Where's my after landing checklist? Alright, so we need to make sure the speed brake is down. It's definitely down. Auto brake needs to be switched off. Weather and terrain radar goes off. Landing lights, runway turn-off lights can also go off. Taxi lights can come on. Going to start the APU. Put these guys on auto. Our nav lights come back on, and oh, I forgot about the poor passengers, shame. Alright, APU is done, position lights. Alright, probe heat switches can go off. We're going to keep the window on because it's cold. Actually that needs to be on, and that needs to be on. Sorry, off. I'm thinking of the takeoff phase. This is the landing, after landing phase. All right. Transponder remains on, and we need to set the trim to 5 degrees of 5 units, so it's in the middle. All right. Okay, that's good enough for now, so we can go find ourselves a nice spot to park.
Next time, Nico will introduce flight factor.
You think?
Since you know a lot.
Yeah.
Just kidding, guys.
Lucian, yeah, that's true, but if you have questions, you must come back. Let me know, and then we can do a follow-up training, in a week or two's time, just to discuss maybe some things. Also, it's a good thing to just make sure you're either part of the Zebo community group or the Zebo pilots group on Facebook. And also you're welcome to join our Discord and then come and chat with us. There are a lot of real world pilots, real world ground crew, and a lot of flight simmers involved here. So the guys have got some pretty nifty and wonderful experience and stuff to teach you. Guys, just as a matter of interest, it takes Google a good 2 or 3 hours or maybe even more sometimes to render a video. This one, because of its length, might even take longer. So if you want to watch it again, you're welcome, but it's not going to show you the entire video until it's fully rendered, and it won't show you the text, the chat, until it's fully rendered. So just be aware of that, guys. It all comes in time and with time. Right, this is funny. This is obviously a gateway scenery, so it just looked weird, but it looks like we need to park over here somewhere.
Thank you very much for this beautiful night and knowledgeable video.
Thank you, Akan.
I'm leaving, and have a good night, Cody, Paul, and Nico.
Sure, thank you, you
next
too.
time.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Alright, so parking brake goes on. Where's that checklist? Right. Lights off. Parking brake goes on, GPU, and set the chocks. APU goes on. Starters go off. Our fuel goes off, so we're shutting down the engines. Alright, I need to change this. The fuel pump does not need to come on. We've already discussed it, but in the previous dispensation that was necessity. Alright, APU bleed goes on. That one goes off. Seatbelts goes off. Right, that beacon light goes off. And then, very important, guys, you need to terminate the flight leg, otherwise you cannot open your doors. So we're opening the doors, and we're going to call the ground crew to just come and do their thing as well. Let's do it via the widget, so we only take what we need. Somebody was telling me the other day I must wait until my ground crew is in place, because if I open the doors, the guys might fall out. Well, if you want to be so stupid, be my guest. Paul, when I started flying the Zebo, I probably had 4,000 hours on other models of the same type. Okay. I have never ever had to learn to do most of the things that I do now. It was just never required because of all the sim shortcuts built in, and the necessity was just never there. Then I met the whole Zebo story and got involved, and I realized how little I actually knew. It's amazing. What I showed you here tonight is the tip of the iceberg. It is enormous when you start looking at the different things that you really should know and should do, and how to and how not. It's amazing.
Yeah, agreed. And with a if people were watching this, and let's say half of it sinks in, they can probably get off the ground and have a good time and enjoy themselves. But from my point of view, getting better at it, like any hobby, is the pleasure of it, and it's just got so much depth, and you can take it as far as you want. You could be obsessed about the tech side of it, or whatever aspect it might be, and that's the pleasure of this aeroplane. It's brilliant.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, speaking of that, while we're still going to continue, I'm just going to start a replay. So I just need to get rid of a couple of these things. I don't want to fly with open doors and uh, stuff hanging around here. So,
Well done, Nico.
thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right, I think we are ready. Let's go and do a replay. Here you can see this scenery actually comes with its own trees. This is default scenery, by the way. So whoever made it for the gateway had their own little library they seem to have used. So it's not influenced by the SAM plugin. Anyway, I've just noticed Dimitri. Yeah, it's true. It's very nice to have SAM working. But the funny thing is it doesn't work everywhere. And I still don't know why. I'm not sure if it's a version issue or what it is. But anyway. And Mirsad, yeah, thank you very much for saying thank you. Thank you, Bob. Glad you liked it. I'm impressed, guys. On average, we are now at the lowest level of viewers, 35. I saw it went up to 50 at one point in time. I know it's a long stretch, and guys really complain about the length of it. But if you want to do it properly, unfortunately, that's one of the prices you pay. You're welcome, Vasily. 52. Okay, yeah. If you guys hang around 5 more minutes, I'll quickly show you how this texture thing work with Sam, so you can get the actual winter textures going and explain. Krista, thank you.
I agree, Krista. And even at the end there, where you didn't catch the glide slope,
yeah,
it's pretty much the same. You disconnect in the end anyway. So
yeah,
the only bit that was missed was the capture and riding along for a minute.
exactly.
There wasn't much difference there.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Yorkie. Thanks, Lucian. Yeah, I love this. This is really awesome. I'm not sure if the plugin will actually work right now. So I suppose we're going to have to finish the replay. Go to the gate. All right. Alright, so I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so you guys can see better. Alright, so Dimitri. Yeah, no, we'll work on the next one. Just want to quickly show the guys the SAM plugin for the winter textures. So basically under SAM, you're going to find colors and seasons. This is an optional 8 gig download that you have to do. So you get the SAM jetways and stuff, and then you get this seasons as an additional add-on. And it works really nice. You just click on whatever season you want while you are in the sim. You don't have to leave, and then it's going to load it for you. Thank you, blogs. Yeah, John, it's a long time, and the funny thing is we don't really cover everything. That's why, guys, I've told a couple of people already. I've started behind the scenes with video tutorials, which I will make 5 or 6 or so episodes, and then I'll start releasing them just so that you guys are aware of it. That will obviously be very focused and very detailed and intense, but it will be in video format. It's not going to be streamed and such. We will still do the streams. That's not going to stop. But I want to build up a proper library of Boeing slash Zebo tutorials. You know, we can literally have one topic per video that will either be 5 minutes or 20 minutes or an hour, and that's it. You know, that we can focus on it and give different scenarios, because there are so many different ways of programming the FMC because of the different flight plans that you need to cover. So you're going to have to do one like we did today that had no SID and star. You're going to have to do one with a SID and star. You're going to have to do one with a SID without a star, or with a star without a SID, and you know, stuff like that. And then you get the story where you can add waypoints, you know, make manual little waypoints or remove waypoints like we did here earlier. So that's going to take probably a good year out of my life to do something like that, if not longer. But I've started the last couple of days, and episode 1 is finished. But like I said, I'll build up a couple before we actually start releasing them, so that in the event that I get busy in my real life, that we don't skip a week without releasing one, kind of a thing. There you go. There's summer. How's that? So on the fly in the sim, we don't have to go out. It's a question of clicking a button, and there you go. There you've got summer again. You can see there on screen, you've got spring, you've got autumn, you've got normal winter, and then you've got deep winter. So effectively, you get 5 seasons now, and it's all free. It's free from the org. You just go search for Sam and Sam Seasons. The one is the scenery animation for the gates and stuff, and the other one is the seasons. So Anthony, yes, unfortunately, depends on who you ask, but I've got a real life as well, and this doesn't pay the bills yet. If this was paying the bills, I would leave that life and only do this. You know, maybe one day that'll happen, but that's just a dream right now. And thank you guys for everybody that did contribute tonight. I really appreciate it. I love you guys for it. It means the world to me to get recognized that way as well. So that's it. That's my story. I want to see what happens if we do a replay now. If it's going to go revert back to those other textures. No, it won't. Fantastic. That's actually good news. Let's do a replay from here. It's two separate downloads, but it's from the same supplier, yes. Same people who make them. Thank you, Uncle John. Thank you.
Nico.
Yeah. Cody, can you hear me?
That's a bit ominous. Where's he gone?
No, I don't know. Somebody probably called him his mom or dad or something. Sentinel.
That was a lovely landing. That was a lovely landing.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought so too. Sentinel, you get two different gate types. You get the freeware one that only works at the airports where the designers have included it. And then you get the payware SAM gateways where it actually works on all the default airports. I think I paid $10 for it or $15 for it, and then it works like what you saw here. The moment I parked, it actually came to my aircraft, you know. So there's in actual fact then 3 add-on modules for these guys, for SAM. So it's the freeware gates, the payware gates, and the free seasons. Pilot Dennis, thank you for the follow. I actually think that
sorry about that.
No worries, I think that was on Twitch actually where that guy's joined us. Cody?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you know, they gave me the river visual into DC.
Yeah?
That's such a fun approach.
Oh yeah. Yes, I've watched Jorge did that one many times. I love it when he does it. I've done it myself a couple of times now. I even did it with the NGXU the other day. That wasn't so much fun. The scenery is just not the same if you don't have autos.
Oh yeah.
Autos makes a huge difference. Oh, that's beautiful. I love this. Okay, before I say goodbye, guys, I've already thanked you. So is there any other questions you might want to ask me before we go?
Not at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, guys, I'm going to... Oh, I'm sorry, you're just tuning in. I've been here more than 4 hours. You're going to have to watch the video. That is Sam Seasons. I will definitely tell the missus. Good night, guys. Huge thank you to you too.